Hey there, story lovers. This is Fanfic Universe, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if Naruto discovered his mother Kushina was the last descendant of the original werewolf clan? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Howl and the Blood. The training ground was empty at 4 in the morning, which was exactly why Naruto liked it. No one watching. No one counting his failures. Just him, the torn-up earth, and the kind of silence that felt less like peace and more like the world holding its breath. He'd been out here since midnight, and his knuckles were split open from hitting the same boulder so many times that the rock had developed a crater roughly the shape of his frustration. He hit it again. The crater deepened. He'd been in a mood since the team meeting 2 days ago, when Tsunade had reviewed his progress and used the word adequate. Not in a cruel way, Tsunade wasn't cruel. She was just precise, but the word had lodged itself behind his sternum like a splinter, and no amount of ramen or training or loud declaration to the empty sky had worked it loose. Adequate. Like he was a supply requisition. Like he was a piece of standard-issue equipment that did what it was supposed to do and nothing more. He hit the boulder again. A chunk of it broke free and skidded across the dirt. "You are going to break your hand," Kurama said from somewhere deep inside him, dry as old paper. "My hands heal." "That isn't the point." "Then what's the point?" Silence. Kurama had opinions about most things but didn't always volunteer them, which Naruto had learned to read as a kind of care. The fox said things when he thought they'd land. Everything else, he let Naruto work through himself. Naruto stepped back from the boulder and looked at his hands. The knuckles were already closing, the skin knitting shut with that unsettling speed that still made Medicnine stare too long. He flexed his fingers and felt the familiar warmth of Kurama's chakra moving through them like a slow tide, doing the work, keeping him operational. Except tonight it felt different. It wasn't the warmth he knew. It was warmer, and it moved with a rhythm he didn't recognize, not the tide-like push and pull of the fox's chakra but something more like a pulse. Like a second heartbeat that didn't match his own. He pressed his palm flat against his chest. 2 beats, he realized. There are 2 beats. "Hey." He said it quietly, like he was trying not to startle something. "Kurama." "I know." "What is that?" A pause. Longer than usual. Kurama's pauses all had personalities. The short ones meant he was choosing words, the medium ones meant he was weighing consequences, the long ones meant something had shifted. This was a long one. "I don't know," the fox said finally, and the thing that made the hair on Naruto's arm stand up wasn't the answer. It was the fact that Kurama's voice, for the first time in every conversation they'd ever had, sounded careful. Not evasive. Not dismissive. Careful. Like he was walking on ground he wasn't sure would hold. "You're lying." "I'm not lying. I'm uncertain." "Those are different things." Naruto opened his mouth to push, but the second heartbeat shifted. It moved from his chest to somewhere lower, solar plexus, gut, the deep animal center of him, and then it pulled. Not painfully. Almost gently, the way a current pulls you when you're already moving in the same direction. He turned east without meaning to, toward the far edge of the training ground where the tree line opened into a strip of unworked land that no one used for anything. The grass was tall there. The shadows between the trees were dense and genuine, the kind of dark that didn't have anything hiding in it, just dark for the sake of dark. He walked toward it. "I'm not doing this," he muttered, even as his feet kept moving. "I'm not the guy who walks into dark woods in the middle of the night because something in his chest tells him to." "You are absolutely that guy," Kurama said. "You have always been that guy. I hate you." "No you don't." The grass was wet with dew and it soaked through the wrap around his ankles, cold and immediate. The trees closed over him and the ambient light from Konoha's perimeter lanterns dropped away almost completely. Naruto let his eyes adjust. They adjusted faster than they should have, faster than they used to, even a year ago, the shadows resolving into gradients of gray and dark gray until the tree trunks were readable and the ground was clear enough to navigate. He'd noticed that, the faster eyes hadn't mentioned it to anyone. The pull stopped. He was standing in a small clearing, maybe 10 meters across, where a tree had fallen sometime in the last decade and taken 2 of its neighbors with it, leaving a gap in the canopy. Moonlight came through it in a clean column, white and completely without warmth, and it landed on a patch of earth that looked like every other patch of earth except that his chest was doing something complicated in its vicinity. He crouched down and pressed his palm to the ground. Nothing. He frowned. Pressed harder. Closed his eyes. Then Kurama said, very quietly, "Go under," and for the first time in Naruto's experience, the fox sounded like he was asking rather than telling. Naruto went under. The space inside him that housed Kurama had changed over the years. When he was 12, it had been the sewer, dark, dripping, smelling of standing water and old fear, the cage bars glowing red with the pressure behind them. Now it was different. Not comfortable, exactly, but honest, a vast space with high stone walls, no ceiling visible in the dark above, and the cage replaced by something more like a territory marker than a prison. Kurama sat in the middle of it, enormous and impossible, all 9 tails moving in slow arcs, the red of his eyes the only warm light in the place. Naruto stood at the boundary of his own inner landscape and looked at the fox. Kurama was looking at something else. Behind the fox, behind, which was a direction this place shouldn't have, the walls should have been right there, there was a door. Not a metaphorical door, not a suggestion of a door, but an actual door, old wood reinforced with iron strapping gone orange with rust, set into the stone wall that definitely hadn't had a door in it yesterday or ever. Ceiling tags covered it from top to bottom, dozens of them, layers of them, some so old the paper had fossilized into something amber brown and crackling. Kurama was staring at it the way you stare at something you've been deliberately not looking at for a long time. "That wasn't there before," Naruto said. "It was always there. I kept you from seeing it." Naruto's jaw tightened. "Why?" "Because you weren't ready. Because the seals on it required a specific resonance to even perceive, and that resonance has been building in you for months without my interference." The fox turned to look at him, and his expression, foxes weren't supposed to have expressions, but Kurama had developed the full range over 15 years of cohabitation, was complicated. Old, somehow. Like something that had been sitting in him for a long time and had finally worked its way to the surface. "Tonight your chakra shifted enough. The door is visible because you're ready for it to be visible. You kept something from me." "Yes. Something about my mother." A pause. "The scroll behind that door belonged to your mother. She placed it there herself, the night the Kyuubi was sealed inside you. She knew you'd find it eventually. She knew I'd know when." Naruto stared at him for a long moment. Then he walked past the fox without another word and went to the door. The ceiling tags dissolved when he touched them, not dramatically, they didn't burn or flare or announce themselves, they just let go, like they'd been waiting for exactly the specific weight of his hand. The iron latch lifted with a sound like an exhaled breath. The door swung inward. The room behind it was small. Stone walls, same as the rest of the inner space, but warm somehow, not in temperature but in quality, the way a room feels warm when someone loved in it. Against the far wall was a single shelf, and on the shelf was a scroll sealed with wax the dark red of dried blood, marked with a symbol Naruto didn't recognize, a circle bisected by a crescent, surrounding a stylized running wolf. He picked it up. He broke the seal. The scroll unrolled and the ink moved. Not magically, not with theatrical spectacle, just the way really sophisticated storage seals worked, the information transferring from the medium directly into the reader's perception, bypassing the need to read line by line. It hit him all at once, the way an emotion hits you all at once, not a sequence but a totality. His mother's voice. Not heard, felt. The specific warmth of her, the thing that even a 15-year-old who'd met her once in a near-death vision could recognize as her, absolutely and completely. It arrived in him like a key finding its lock, and his throat closed immediately, without warning or permission. Naruto, the presence said. If you're reading this, then something in you woke up. I knew it would happen. Your father didn't know, I never told him, because it was already so much for him to carry, and because what I'm about to tell you is Uzumaki. It's ours. It's yours. My grandmother told me. Her grandmother told her. There's a line of telling that goes back so far it disappears into the time before written history, before chakra theory, before any of the things that the current world uses to explain itself. We are not just Uzumaki, my love. The Uzumaki were the public name, the name we used when we finally settled, finally built walls, finally acted like everyone else. But before Uzushio, before the land itself, before any of that, there was something older. My bloodline, the line I carry and now you carry, is from the Getsumei. The moon-blooded. The first shapeshifters. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Mom, I'm already a Jinchuriki, isn't that enough weird for one person? And something in the warmth of her, the shape of her, actually laughed, soft and real and so distinctly Kushina that it cracked him right down the middle. Yes, that's probably exactly what you're thinking. I know you. I knew you in those 10 minutes and I've known you since before you took your first breath. You were never going to be ordinary. The Getsumei blood doesn't awaken in ordinary people, it finds the ones who are already burning too bright for one category. Your body is going to change. Not in ways that hurt, I need you to hear that clearly. Not pain. Not the beast taking over. Nothing like what humans imagine when they think about this. It's going to feel like coming home. It's going to feel like parts of you that were always moving underwater finally breaking the surface. You will be faster. Stronger. Your senses will expand until the world feels almost unbearably full. You'll be able to read people in ways that have nothing to do with reading faces, you'll know their fear, their anger, their grief, by the way the air changes around them. You'll be able to run until the horizon gives up trying to stay ahead of you. Under a full moon, at your choosing, you will be able to shift, to take the full form, the wolf shape that the original Getsumei wore when the world was young. And Naruto, when that happens, the nine tails will not control that. The Getsumei blood is older than the tailed beasts. They know it. Kurama knows it. That's why I trusted that old fox to keep this safe for you. Naruto's eyes moved to Kurama, who was very deliberately not looking back, staring at the middle distance with the specific expression of someone who knows they're being looked at and has chosen stonewalling. There are people who know this bloodline exists. Or knew it existed, before they spent a century trying to make sure it didn't exist anymore. They destroyed Uzushio not just for political power and the sealing arts, they destroyed it because they were afraid. Because something with the blood of the Getsumei in a shinobi village was something they couldn't calculate, couldn't control, couldn't fit into their strategies. They didn't get me. They didn't get you. The blood continued. Be what you are, my love. All of it. Every piece. Don't let them make you small. I love you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so sorry I only got 10 minutes. The presence faded, and the scroll in his hand turned to warm ash that drifted upward and disappeared, and Naruto stood in the small room in the center of himself and didn't move for a long time. He came back to the clearing in the woods with wet eyes and completely steady hands, which felt like the most Naruto thing about the whole experience. He sat down in the moonlight. The second heartbeat was still going. Warmer now, much warmer, like it had been given permission to exist at full volume. He could feel it moving through him in waves, touching the edges of his chakra network and pulling at things he'd always assumed were just part of being a Jinchuriki. The animal awareness, the way sound felt tactile to him when he was emotional, the fact that he'd never once in his life been truly cold, even in the middle of winter training in the mountains. Not the fox. Never just the fox. How long have you known? He asked the open air. Since before you were born, Kurama said, present without being intrusive, which was its own kind of answer. Kushina's blood was something I could sense the moment I was sealed inside her. It wasn't a small thing, Naruto. The Getsumei were the only human bloodline that the tailed beasts ever recognized as, not equals, exactly. But not prey, either. Something different. Something that scared you. Something that commanded respect. Yes. He didn't deny it, which Naruto respected. When she asked me to keep the scroll hidden until you were ready, I agreed. I want you to understand, that's the only time I have ever cooperated with a Jinchuriki's request that wasn't extracted through desperate circumstance. Because you owed her. Because she was worth owing. A pause. And because you are worth it too, whether or not you've annoyed me comprehensively for 15 years. Naruto almost smiled. Then his whole body lit up. It wasn't pain, his mother had been exactly right, it was not pain, but it was enormous, and sudden, and it swept through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head in about half a second. His senses opened up like windows thrown wide in a gale. The forest exploded into information, the specific musk of the deer sleeping 200 meters to the northwest, the heartbeat of an owl in the tree directly above him, the footstep sound of a night patrol gneen on the perimeter wall 600 meters south. He could smell the canal. He could smell the baker on the far side of the village already starting his morning bread. He could smell the stone of Konoha's walls, old and dust-dry, and beneath it the deeper smell of the earth that the walls were built on, and beneath that, something mineral and ancient that had no name in any language he knew. His fingernails had gone dark. Not lengthened, not dramatically, but darker, denser, the quick of them filled with something that wasn't chakra but wasn't not chakra either, something that the Getsumei blood had been keeping in reserve for 15 years and was now simply allocating. He looked at his hands. His eyes were doing something, he could feel it, the way you can feel your pupils adjusting to dark, and when he held up his hand and looked at it, his vision had shifted into something layered, like he was seeing heat and motion and solidity all at once, every cell of his skin mapped in a spectrum of input that he had no existing words for. He stood up. He took one step, experimentally. And then, because there was no one watching and his mother had told him not to be small, he ran. Not a shinobi sprint, not the explosive burst of chakra-enhanced speed he practiced 10,000 times, just ran, the way a body runs when it stops pretending it isn't built for exactly this. The forest blurred. The trees resolved into individual pillars of dark and light that he read and navigated without thought, ducking and cutting and dropping and climbing as the terrain shifted, and the speed was something beyond what the fox could give him alone because this was his own body finally working correctly. His heartbeat, both of them, synced now for the first time, his and the Getsumei pulse moving in the same rhythm, was perfectly controlled. He wasn't burning energy. He was spending it with the clean efficiency of something that had been designed for this specific thing. He hit the outer wall of the training ground, pushed off it, went up the tree line in 4 steps, and stood on a branch 30 meters up, completely still, the wind off the valley moving through him, and he breathed. The village was below him and ahead of him, yellow lights and gray rooftops and the smell of everything that lived in it, and for the first time in Naruto Uzumaki's entire life, every piece of information his senses could gather arrived clearly, simultaneously, without the noise and static he'd always assumed was just how the world felt. He'd been walking through it with the volume turned down his entire life and hadn't known, because he'd never known what full volume was. He threw his head back and exhaled, long and slow, and what came out of him was not a human sound and he did not attempt to make it one. The sound moved through the village like a stone through water, spreading in rings, and every animal within a kilometer, every dog, every cat, every roosting bird, went completely still. What, said Kakashi Hatake, was that? He was on the roof of his apartment building in a tank top and sandals with his book still in his hand, which told Naruto everything about how fast the man could move when something surprised him. Kakashi's Sharingan was uncovered, the mask pushed up, the red eye spinning slowly, cataloging, and his other eye was doing the thing it did when he was not alarmed but operating at full attention, which for Kakashi was approximately the same energy as most people's panic. Naruto was sitting on the roof 2 meters away, still feeling every heartbeat of every living thing in his immediate vicinity, which was extraordinarily distracting when trying to have a conversation. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei. That sound." Kakashi pointed in the general direction of the training ground. "That came from you." "Probably. Probably." Kakashi closed his book with a deliberate lack of urgency that Naruto had learned to read as him buying time. "Naruto. You just made a sound that woke up every dog in the Inazuka compound and caused Pakken to phase sprint through my bedroom wall in a state that I can only describe as existential distress." He paused. "What happened tonight?" Naruto considered how much to say. Not because he wanted to hide it, hiding things from Kakashi was a project he'd largely given up on. The man had one eye that read chakra like a text scroll and another one that read everything else, but because he hadn't arranged it into words yet. It was still too new. Still too large for language. He held up his hand. In the ambient light of the village, the darkened nails were clearly visible. So were the traces of something under his skin, not visible exactly, but present, the way heat shimmers above a road, a quality of more that hadn't been there yesterday. Kakashi looked at the hand for 3 full seconds. His expression didn't change. His heartbeat, Naruto could hear it now, steady and slower than most people's, the beat of a man who had trained himself to stay calm in conditions that would destroy ordinary nervous systems, hitched. Just once. Just slightly. "The Uzumaki bloodline," Kakashi said, slowly, like he was testing the weight of the words. "More specific than that." Kakashi looked at him with the measuring look that Naruto used to think was assessment and now understood was something closer to paternal protectiveness wrapped in analytical packaging. "How much more specific?" "I found something my mother left me." He tapped his chest. "In there. She sealed it when I was born." He watched Kakashi process that. The Sharingan moved over him once, quick, reading the chakra, and whatever it found made Kakashi's second eyebrow join the first in a slow upward migration. She was the last of a bloodline that predates Uzushio. Predates most of the things we'd use to date things. Kakashi was quiet for a moment. "The Getsumei," he said. Naruto went still. "You know that name." "I know of it. I read it once in a restricted text when I was an ANBU captain, historical assessment of clans eliminated during the foundational period. It was a single paragraph." Kakashi's voice had taken on the careful quality of someone whose intelligence is working faster than their comfort level. The paragraph concluded that the Getsumei were mythological. They concluded wrong. Clearly. Kakashi lowered his hand. Naruto hadn't even noticed him reaching for a weapon until he didn't, and something in his posture shifted, the combat readiness bleeding away not because the situation was safe but because he'd made a decision about it. "Show me what you can do." Naruto blinked. "What?" "You've been running in that forest for the last 20 minutes. Of course Kakashi had noticed. At speeds that I was tracking as high-tier Jonin equivalent chakra work before I realized there was no chakra involved. He tilted his head. "Show me what it actually is." Naruto dropped off the roof. He didn't leap, didn't use chakra walking, didn't enhance his descent. He just stepped off the 4-story edge and fell, and when he hit the alley below the impact traveled up through his legs and redistributed through his body with mechanical precision, not a jolt but a managed force, and he was already moving before the dust settled, cutting left through the alley, jumping the canal bridge without slowing, and then he was on the rooftop again, the same rooftop, the one he'd left, in a time span that he clocked internally at a little under 3 seconds. He sat back down. Kakashi stared at him. "There was no chakra in any of that," Kakashi said. "No. Your body just, yep. That's not, the Sharingan should be able to copy that, it copies physical techniques, can it copy a bloodline?" Kakashi closed his mouth. Opened it. Closed it again. Naruto watched him work through the implications, watched the Sharingan move over him again and read whatever it was reading, and watched the man who had seen more improbable things than almost any living shinobi arrive at the expression that Naruto privately thought of as Kakashi accepting a reality he didn't expect. "Your mother," Kakashi said finally, quietly. She was extraordinary. I know. I knew she was special. The chakra chains, the sealing ability, the sheer force of her presence, I assumed it was Uzumaki heritage. It was. Just more of it than anyone knew. The night was beginning to thin at the eastern edge, the deep black giving way to the indigo that came before dawn, and somewhere in the Inuzuka compound a dog was howling in response to something that had disturbed its animal understanding of the natural order. Naruto could hear it clearly, could hear the specific note of the howl, not fear, not aggression. Recognition. The dog was howling at him, communicating something to its pack in a language that was older than shinobi nations, older than villages, older than humans naming things. He found that he understood it perfectly. There, it was saying. There, there, there. Like pointing. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto kept his eyes on the horizon. The scroll mentioned that there are people who know this bloodline exists. People who've spent a long time trying to make sure it doesn't. That doesn't surprise me, Kakashi said. It shouldn't surprise you, because you know who Danzo was and what he was willing to do to things he couldn't control. A careful pause. Yes. Did he have people after him? Ones who kept the work going. Kakashi was quiet long enough that Naruto turned to look at him, and what he found on the older man's face wasn't evasion. It was the specific expression of someone who has just understood that a thread they've been pulling on in isolation connects to something much larger. I've been looking into some irregular movements in the intelligence community, he said at last. Assets that don't belong to any current active organization. Funds moving in patterns that suggest a standing operation without authorization. He paused. I assumed it was residual Akatsuki infrastructure. It's not. No, Kakashi agreed. I don't think it is. The first true light of dawn broke over the eastern mountains, orange and immediate, and it caught the village rooftops and the canal and the training ground and the tree line all at once, and the world resolved into full daylight color with a speed that Naruto's new senses registered as something almost violent in its beauty, too much information, too much vividness, the whole spectrum opening up at once. He squinted against it, grinned despite himself. Hey, he said. I can smell ramen from here. Kakashi looked at him. Then, slowly, the covered side of his face shifted in the way that meant he was smiling behind the mask. Ichiraku doesn't open for another 2 hours. I know. I can smell it getting ready. He stood up and stretched, feeling everything in him settle into its new configuration like furniture after a renovation, different, better arranged, still the same furniture. I'm going to train until it opens. Then I'm going to eat 8 bowls. Then, and he looked at his sensei with eyes that were not quite the same blue they used to be, slightly brighter, slightly more present, like the color had been saturated with something new, I'm going to figure out who's been looking for my mother's bloodline. And then I'm going to have a conversation with them. Kakashi said nothing for a moment. Then, that word choice. Conversation. I'm very conversational. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. He looked at him straight, the way he'd looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya and the Sage of Six Paths and every other person who tried to put a ceiling on him. I have been told my whole life what I am. Demon brat. Knucklehead. Jinchuriki. Nine-Tails cage. He flexed his hand, watching the darkened nails catch the morning light. Turns out I was also the last thing standing between an ancient bloodline and people who wanted it gone. And I didn't even know. The smile he gave Kakashi had every bit of the old warmth in it, but there was something underneath it now, something quiet and absolutely certain. I'm done not knowing things about myself. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment, the Sharingan spinning gently, reading whatever it read. Your father would have had so many thoughts about this, he said finally. Probably. Naruto dropped back off the roof, landed clean, looked up. I'll see you at the mission desk. Usual time. He was gone before Kakashi could answer, moving through the waking village at a pace that was unhurried and enormous at once, the new heartbeat synced and steady in his chest, the world wide open around him in every direction, and he wasn't afraid of a single piece of it. In the distance, the Inuzuka dogs howled again. He didn't howl back, this time. He just ran. Chapter 2, What the Village Buried. The mission desk opened at 7, and Naruto was there at 6:50 sitting on the steps eating a rice ball he'd bought from a vendor who'd stared at him for a full 5 seconds before taking his money. He wasn't sure what the man had seen exactly, the eyes, maybe, or just the quality of presence that seemed to be bleeding off him in a way he hadn't figured out how to dial back yet. He'd looked in a canal reflection on the way over. His eyes were still blue, but they'd picked up something, a luminance that wasn't there yesterday, a depth that made them look less like eyes and more like windows into a room with very good lighting. He'd decided he didn't mind. Shizune arrived at 7:05 with a stack of folders and nearly dropped all of them when she saw him. Naruto. You look, she stopped. Looked again, more carefully, the medic in her pulling her gaze to his hands, his posture, the way he was sitting with his back perfectly straight without thinking about it. He'd always slouched. He didn't feel like slouching anymore. Did something happen? Good morning, Shizune-san. Your eyes are, I know. And she gestured vaguely at all of him. I know that too. He stood and offered her the most reassuring smile in his arsenal, the one that had worked on everyone from grieving civilians to hostile Kage. I need to see the Uzumaki clan records. The full archive. Everything Konoha has. Shizune blinked. Reset. She had the particular resilience of someone who worked directly under Tsunade, which meant she'd seen enough impossible things that she'd developed a rapid return-to-function protocol. Those records are restricted access. I'm an Uzumaki. They're restricted to, she paused. Actually, clan members do have, let me check the access protocol. She was already moving, which Naruto had been counting on. Shizune didn't obstruct. She found pathways. It was one of the things he genuinely liked about her. The archive is in the lower administrative building, sublevel 2. I'll need to clear it with Lady Tsunade first. I'll come with you. Tsunade was on her third cup of coffee and already looked like the day had personally offended her, which was her default state before 10. She looked up when Naruto walked in, looked at his eyes, and put the cup down with the careful deliberateness of someone buying themselves a moment. Sit down, she said. He sat. She looked at him for a long time. Not the way most people had been looking at him this morning, not with the startled reassessment of someone encountering something unexpected, but with the deep, probing look of a woman who'd been the Hokage long enough to know that when something fundamental changed about a shinobi, you needed to understand what changed before you decided how to feel about it. Kurama? She asked. No. Then what? My mother left me something. He kept it simple. He'd had a version of this conversation rehearsed since dawn, and the version that worked was the one that led with fact rather than framework. A sealed memory scroll inside the Kyubi space. It explained her actual heritage. There's a bloodline on her side of the family that predates Uzushio by a significant margin. I've been carrying it dormant my whole life and it activated last night. Tsunade picked up her cup again. Drank. Set it down. The enhanced physiology. Yes. The sensory expansion. Yes. And the sound you made at 3 in the morning that gave the Inuzuka compound a collective spiritual experience. That too, yes. She pressed 2 fingers to her temple. Does this bloodline have a name? Getsumei. Something moved through her face. Not quite recognition, more like the shadow of recognition, the place in memory where something used to be and had been removed. She frowned, and Naruto watched her chase the feeling backward into whatever she knew. I've heard that word. Once. A long time ago. She shook her head. Danzo mentioned it to my grandfather. I was young, I wasn't supposed to be listening. Her frown deepened. He said it with the same voice he used for things he wanted to make disappear. Naruto felt the hair on his forearms rise. He knew. He knew about something. Whether it was the full picture, she stopped. Looked at him again with that probing gaze. How dangerous are you right now, Naruto? Give me an honest answer. He thought about the run through the forest. The rooftop. The way the world had opened up into full sensory detail, every threat and movement and heartbeat readable, legible, mapped. He thought about the sound that had come out of him and how it had felt to produce it, not like losing control, not like the nine tails overwhelming his system, but like finding a gear he didn't know his engine had. To the village? Not at all. He held her gaze. To whoever's been running Danzo's old operations. Significantly more dangerous than I was yesterday. Tsunade considered this. Then she looked at Shizune. Pull the Uzumaki archive. Full access. Make sure the council doesn't know for 48 hours. Shizune nodded and left without a word. The council, Naruto said. The council, Tsunade confirmed, has at least 2 members who have actively lobbied against expanding Uzumaki historical documentation for the last 12 years. I've always assumed it was standard political conservatism. She stood, moving to the window, looking out over the village with her hands clasped behind her back. I'm revising that assumption. Who are they? I'll handle it. She said it with a finality that meant not your lane, not yet. You focus on the archive. Learn everything you can. And Naruto, she turned. Don't start anything in this village before we know the full picture. He nodded. Not because he was deferring, but because she was right. The sub-level archive smelled like old paper and seal preservation lacquer and something under both of those that Naruto's new senses tagged as age, the specific mineral smell of information that had been sitting in the same place for decades, slowly becoming the room it occupied. He stood in the entrance with a lighting seal activated and looked at the rows of shelves. The Uzumaki section was smaller than it should have been. He noticed that immediately, the shelving gap between the Uzumaki documentation and the neighboring clan's records was too large, the kind of gap left by material that had been removed and not replaced. The remaining files were meticulous, bound in the red leather the Uzumaki apparently favored, but they were thin. For a clan that had run one of the most significant hidden villages in the world, the documentary record was aggressively sparse. He pulled the oldest files first. Most of it was what anyone could find if they looked: the founding of Uzushio, the development of the sealing arts, the clan's relationships with Konoha through the period of the first and second Hokage. Political material, technical documentation, diplomatic correspondence. He read quickly, his eyes moving over the pages at a speed that surprised even him, not just reading faster but retaining faster, each page crystallizing into full recall the instant he processed it, the new mental architecture of his bloodline apparently including memory capacity that made his old brain feel like a clay pot he'd been using to store water that a steel cistern could now hold. He was an hour in when he found the gap. It was in the chronological record, not a removed file, but a reference to a file. A notation in the Uzushio diplomatic correspondence that said see also, Getsumei Covenant, Volume 1-4, Restricted Subarchive B, handwritten in the margin in different ink, more recent than the document, was a single word, relocated. There was no subarchive B. He checked every shelf. He read every index. Subarchive B had either been removed or had never officially existed in this facility, and the careful precision of the absence told him everything about who had done it. Danzo's people didn't burn things. Burning left ash, left gaps, left evidence of removal. They relocated, which left only the faintest traces for people who knew what to look for. He leaned back in his chair and pressed his palms flat on the table. Kurama. The Getsumei Covenant, the fox said immediately, which meant he'd been listening. It was a formal agreement between the Getsumei bloodline and the founding clans of what would eventually become the shinobi village system. The Getsumei agreed to integrate, to settle, to work within the new structures. In exchange, their existence and their autonomy over their own bloodline's development was formally recognized. And then someone buried the covenant. Once the Uzumaki were strong enough to no longer need protecting, and once the political will to honor old agreements became inconvenient, yes. Buried would be generous. Eviscerated is more accurate. How many people know this happened? Currently. In Konoha? Fewer than 5. Naruto sat with that for a moment. He wasn't surprised. Surprised was a response he'd largely stopped having to institutional betrayal, but there was a specific quality to this particular injustice that was different from the ones he'd catalogued before. The village turning its back on him at 6 had been personal and immediate and survivable. The systematic erasure of his mother's actual history, carried out over generations, reaching back before he was born to a time when the people doing it calculated that a bloodline of shapeshifters was too inconvenient to acknowledge, that was something colder. Something that had been patient and deliberate and almost completely successful. Almost, Naruto thought. He stood up and went back to the shelves. If Subarchive B was gone, there might still be something in the administrative correspondence, requisition orders, transfer documents. The bureaucratic infrastructure of erasure always left more traces than the people doing the erasing intended. He found it in the third folder from the bottom of a shelf that was supposed to contain routine mission documentation from the third Hokage's early period. A single sheet, handwritten, the seal in the corner belonging to Danzo Shimura. It was an authorization for the transfer of certain historical documents pertaining to the pre-Uzushio period to a root facility for protective archival purposes. The date was 23 years ago, 2 years before the Kyuubi attack, 1 year before Kushina sealed the scroll in Naruto's inner space. She'd known they were coming for it. She'd gotten the important parts out before they could reach it. He took the sheet, folded it, put it in his jacket. He was walking out of the archive when he felt it, the first time his new senses flagged something that his training-informed mind hadn't consciously registered yet. A heartbeat, close, on the other side of the administrative building's outer wall. Calm. Controlled. Deliberate. The heartbeat of someone who was standing still and had been standing still for a while, which was the heartbeat of someone waiting rather than someone passing through. Not a patrol. Patrols moved. He kept walking as if he hadn't noticed. Made it to the stairwell, went up 1 level, cut east through the building to the maintenance exit, came out into the service alley on the building's far side. He stood in the shadow of the alley entrance and looked east. The figure was there. Civilian clothes, good quality, understated, leaning against the wall of the building across the lane with the practiced casualness of someone who'd spent a long time learning how to not look like anything. Medium height, silver-gray hair cut close, somewhere in his 40s. No visible weapons, which meant either he wasn't armed or he was very well armed and very confident about it. He was looking at Naruto. Not with surprise. With the measured interest of someone who had expected to find exactly this person in exactly this location. Uzumaki Naruto, the man said. Not a question. You've been standing there for 40 minutes, Naruto said. You were there when I arrived. Something flickered in the man's expression, brief, quickly controlled. Good. Your senses are already calibrating. He straightened from the wall, unhurried. That's faster than we expected. Naruto stayed where he was. He was reading the man the way he'd been reading everything this morning, not just visual, not just chakra, but the full input of his new senses, which gave him the man's calm heartbeat and the absence of adrenaline and the specific quality of his scent, which was clean and disciplined and carried the faint residue of a chemical compound that Naruto's memory flagged as a chakra suppression agent. Not currently active. Recently handled. You've been working with suppression seals. The man looked at him for a moment. You can smell that. Among other things. My name is Shirogane. He said it like he was offering something, which meant he wanted Naruto to understand it was a choice. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here because what happened to you last night is not something you should navigate without context. I have context. You have your mother's perspective. Filtered through a memory scroll she made when you were hours old. He tilted his head. Do you know what happened to the other Getsumei bloodlines? The branches that didn't flow through the Uzumaki? Naruto kept his face neutral. Tell me. Some of them survived. They went further underground than the Uzumaki did. They stopped using the name, stopped acknowledging the blood, raised their children without the language for what they were. Shiragene's voice was even, educational, the tone of someone who believed the information they were giving was genuinely valuable. Do you know what happens to a Getsumei child who activates without context? Without someone who can explain what's happening to their body, without a framework for the transformation, without training? What happens? They destroy everything around them, Shiragane said simply. Not because they're monsters. Because they're 15 years old and suddenly every sense they have is screaming and the fear response takes over and the shift happens without control and without direction. He paused. There have been incidents. Covered up, classified, attributed to rogue Jinchuriki or Biju events. The actual cause was Getsumei awakening with no support and no understanding. Naruto looked at him steadily. The information was probably true, it had the specific texture of true information, the undramatic flatness of something that was simply a fact. But the information being true didn't make the man trustworthy. What do you want? Naruto asked. To offer support. From an organization that has spent 20 years documenting the surviving Getsumei bloodlines. Preserving what was buried. Preparing for exactly this moment. Shiragane met his gaze without flinching. You are not the only one who's been affected by what Danzo's people did to this history. Some of us lost more than archival documents. The canal smell drifted through the alley and Naruto breathed it in without thinking, reading the morning air, reading the man in front of him. No aggression. No deception in the flat biochemistry of it, no elevated stress, no the specific scent change that came with conscious lying. But something underneath all of that, something that his new senses couldn't fully categorize, something that sat in the register between ambition and obsession and felt like a fire that had been burning for a very long time in a contained space. I'll think about it, Naruto said. Shiragane nodded, as if this were entirely reasonable. That's all I ask. He reached into his jacket and produced a small sealed token, the same mark as the one on his mother's scroll, the Wolfan crescent circle, pressed into dark wax, and held it out. When you're ready to talk further. Naruto took it. He held it without looking at it, his eyes staying on Shiragane. One question, he said. Of course. The chakra suppression compound on your hands. What were you suppressing? Shiragane smiled. It was a genuine smile, Naruto's new senses confirmed, elevated warmth, authentic expression, but it was the smile of a man who had been waiting to be asked exactly this question, which was its own kind of answer. Something I'll show you, he said, when the time is right. He walked away down the alley without hurrying, turned a corner, and was gone. His heartbeat faded from Naruto's range over the next 30 seconds, getting farther, moving north, then nothing. Naruto stood in the alley and turned the wax token over in his fingers. I don't trust him, he said quietly. Good, Kurama said. That's the correct response. But he knows things. Most dangerous people do. Sasuke was at the mission desk when Naruto got there, which was unexpected. Sasuke was between independent operations and didn't spend much time in the village at a stretch, too much history, too many people who looked at him with too many feelings, too many old wounds in both directions. When he was here he was usually a contained, deliberate presence that moved through Konoha like a blade wrapped in cloth, never quite letting the village forget what it was in contact with. He looked at Naruto, and Naruto watched his eyes move over him with the Sharingan active for one moment before he deliberately deactivated it, which meant he'd seen something he needed to think about. You look different, Sasuke said. Good morning to you too. I'm serious. I know. Naruto dropped into the seat across from him. The mission desk anteroom was empty except for the two of them, the Chunin at the desk processing paperwork with the focused indifference of someone professionally uninterested in conversations between jonin. Something woke up last night. Sasuke looked at him. Naruto looked back. Between them was the specific economy of communication that years of partnership created, the ability to transmit significant amounts of information through very little overt signaling. Sasuke's expression hadn't changed, but his posture had. He'd shifted, minutely, in a direction that meant tell me more in a language they'd developed without ever naming it. Naruto told him. Condensed, direct, the scroll, the Getsumei, the physical changes, the man in the alley. Sasuke listened without interrupting, which was one of the things about him that people who dismissed him as arrogant always missed. He was exceptional at listening to information he didn't already have. Getsumei, Sasuke said when Naruto finished. Shapeshifters. Werewolves, specifically. The original bloodline. And your mother was the last. The last known. Apparently there are other branches that went underground. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. His expression had the particular quality it got when he was running assessments, not cold exactly, but pulled inward, all the processing happening somewhere the surface of his face wasn't reporting on. Show me something, he said. Excuse me. The enhanced physical capability. I want to see it. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Right here. You're not going to break anything standing still. Sasuke's tone was completely level. I want to see the baseline. Naruto considered, then stood. He didn't do anything dramatic, just released the thing he'd been gently containing since he sat down, the way you might open a fist you've been keeping closed. The quality of more that had been radiating off him all morning became simply present, unheld, and the air in the room changed slightly the way air changes in the vicinity of something that is genuinely, measurably powerful and not suppressing it. The Chunin at the desk looked up. Sasuke's Sharingan activated involuntarily for half a second before he controlled it, and the expression that crossed his face was one Naruto had seen maybe 4 times in his life, the expression that meant Sasuke Uchiha was genuinely impressed by something and was briefly unable to conceal it. That's not the 9 tails, Sasuke said. No. That's, he stopped. Recalibrated. That's a different architecture entirely. The chakra is present but it's not driving it. It's like, he searched for the analogy. It's like the chakra is the water and something else is the riverbed. That's a weirdly good way to put it. Don't thank me. Sasuke looked at him steadily. The man in the alley. Shirogane. What about him? Root operatives didn't stop operating because Danzo died. The organization fractured but it didn't dissolve, it atomized. Individual cells, individual missions, individual agendas running off the last set of standing orders or the particular obsessions of whoever was running each cell. His voice had taken on the clipped precision he used when he was relaying intelligence. I've encountered 3 separate cells in the last 2 years. None of them were doing anything I'd call benign. You think he's root? I think he has too much information, too much patience, and he was standing outside a restricted archive at 7 in the morning waiting for someone whose bloodline just activated. That's not a civilian researcher. He said his organization has been documenting surviving Getsumei bloodlines for 20 years. Sasuke met his eyes. So has someone else, apparently. The question is what they intend to do with what they find. The Chunin at the desk had gone back to his paperwork with determined focus. Naruto sat back down, lowering the ambient whatever it was back to its usual contained state, and picked up the wax token from the table where he'd set it. The wolf and crescent symbol caught the light. I need to go to Uzushio, he said. Sasuke didn't react to this, which meant he'd already been expecting it. When? Soon. The archive here is stripped. Whatever documentation survived the erasure would be in the ruins. He paused. The scroll mentioned a Getsumei archive sealed beneath the island. Under the ocean floor. Submerged ruins, sealed archive, hostile unknown organization aware of your existence, Sasuke summarized. Standard Tuesday. You don't have to come. I know that. He said it with the flat certainty of someone who didn't need to be told what they were choosing. I'll come. Naruto looked at him. Something warm moved through his chest that had nothing to do with Kurama or the Getsumei pulse, just the ordinary human warmth of being known well enough that people finished your sentences before you started them. I need to tell Kakashi first, he said. And figure out who else Shirogane has been watching. Kakashi was in the middle of a Jonin coordination meeting when Naruto walked in, scanned the room, identified everyone present in approximately 2 seconds by their heartbeats and the specific personal signatures their chakra left in the air, and then looked directly at a council observer sitting in the back corner. A mild-looking administrative figure named Taro who had been part of the Konoha council apparatus for 30 years and whose heartbeat had just jumped sharply when Naruto entered the room. Naruto didn't say anything. He just looked at Taro for a moment with the full weight of his new attention, and Taro went from slightly flushed to pale in about 3 seconds. Kakashi, watching this from the front of the room, quietly ended the meeting 7 minutes early. When everyone else had filed out, Taro moving with the careful urgency of a man trying to leave without running, Naruto said to Kakashi, the council observer. Taro. I know, Kakashi said, quietly. I saw his reaction when you walked in. He knows what I am. Or at least he knows something changed. Which means it's going to reach someone it shouldn't by nightfall. Faster than that. Naruto could still track the man's heartbeat, getting farther, moving quickly through the administration building's corridors above them. He's going somewhere with intent. Kakashi's expression settled into something that was very still and very decided. Let him go. We want to see who he goes to. He looked at Naruto. Can you track him from a distance? With your new senses? I can track his heartbeat signature for about 600 meters. Kakashi blinked. 600 meters. Maybe more. I haven't tested the limit. Right. He rubbed the back of his neck with the look of a man updating his mental model of several things simultaneously. Then track him. Don't intercept. Tell me where he goes. Naruto closed his eyes and extended his senses outward, through the ceiling, through the building, finding Taro's specific heartbeat in the ambient noise of the village, not hard to find, still elevated, moving northeast now. He tracked it past 3 buildings, across a market lane, through an alley, and then it stopped. Met another heartbeat. Calmer, controlled. A deliberate calm that Naruto now recognized. He opened his eyes. He just met someone, he said. 180 meters northeast. The meeting was already arranged, the second person was waiting. Can you identify the second? Naruto thought about it. Separated the signature from the ambient noise. Held it. Turned it over in his new sensory vocabulary. He didn't have a name for it yet. He didn't have names for most of the new things he could identify. But the specific quality of this particular heartbeat, the trained calm, the precise control, the faint residue of chakra suppression compound, he'd encountered it once already this morning. Yes, he said. He looked at Kakashi. Shirogane doesn't want me to come to him, he said slowly, understanding it as he said it. He wants me to understand that he already has people inside Konoha. He wants me to know that the choice isn't whether to deal with him. It's how. Kakashi said nothing. He's been very patient, Naruto continued, thinking it through. 20 years of work, according to him. He's not going to rush it now. He's showing me pieces. Letting me trace the outline. He looked at the wax token in his hand. He wants me to go to Uzushio. You think he knows about the archive? He knows about everything. The question is whether he can access it without me. He flipped the token and caught it. The Getsumei seals in that archive are bloodline locked. My mother made sure of that, I'd bet anything. He looked up. He needs me there. Kakashi studied him for a moment. And you still want to go? I want what's in that archive more than I want to avoid giving him what he wants. He said it simply. I'll go prepared. I'll go with Sasuke and Hinata. And when Shirogane shows up, because he will show up, I'll be ready. Hinata? Kakashi said. Her Byakugan will see through whatever he's concealing. Kakashi nodded slowly. I'll arrange cover documentation. A research mission to the ruins of Uzushio. Nothing unusual, we send survey teams out there periodically. He paused. Naruto. Be careful with what you find in that archive. Not because it'll change who you are. Because of how other people will react to who you've always been. Naruto looked at him, the morning light coming in through the high windows and catching the not quite normal blue of his eyes. He thought about his mother's voice in the scroll, that last instruction wound through everything else. Be what you are. All of it. Every piece. I'm done being careful about that, he said. But I'll be strategic. Kakashi almost smiled. That's the most encouraging sentence you've ever said. He found Hinata in the late afternoon at the edge of Training Ground 8, running through a gentle fist kata sequence alone, the way she always trained when she needed to think. He watched her from the tree line for a moment, not hiding, just pausing, taking in the precision of her movement, the way her Byakugan was active even in solo training, feeding her information about the world in a 360-degree sphere while her body worked through the technique with the focused grace of years. She stopped mid-sequence. You've been there for 40 seconds, she said, not turning around. Your range is better than I remembered. She turned then, and her Byakugan met whatever his new eyes were doing, and the meeting of those two very different kinds of seeing produced a moment of mutual recognition that didn't need words. Her expression moved through several things very quickly, assessment, understanding, something warmer, and then settled into the particular steadiness that was specifically Hinata, the calm she'd built herself from the ground up and that no one had given her. Your chakra is different, she said. A lot of things are different. He walked out of the tree line. Can we talk? They sat in the late sun on the flat rock at the edge of the training ground, and he told her what he'd told Sasuke, and she listened the way she always listened, completely, without the part of listening that was really just waiting to talk. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, looking at her own hands. Your mother, she said quietly. Yeah. She knew, her whole life, what she was. And she carried it alone. A pause. She stopped herself. He waited, and she tried again. She was remarkable. She was, he agreed. Hinata looked at him. When do we leave for Uzushio? Day after tomorrow. I need one more day to map what I can hear. He looked at her. You don't have to, Naruto. Her voice was gentle and utterly implacable. I know. He smiled. It was the smile that didn't have anything performed in it, the one that was just actually how he felt. 2 days. The sun went down behind the Hokage monument, and the training ground filled with early evening shadow, and somewhere in the village a dog howled once, sharply, and then went quiet. Naruto listened to the silence after it. He was already planning. Chapter 3, The moon remembers the boat Kakashi arranged was small enough to look like nothing and fast enough to matter, a converted supply runner with a civilian registry and a captain who asked no questions because Kakashi paid him with the specific amount that purchased not just silence but genuine incuriosity. The man genuinely did not want to know. Some people had that quality, a kind of professional blindness that Naruto had come to appreciate. They left before sunrise. The water country coastline fell away behind them as the sky went from black to deep indigo to the particular shade of gray-orange that meant the sun was deciding whether to bother. Naruto stood at the bow because he couldn't make himself go below deck. The open water was doing something to his senses that was too interesting to ignore. The ocean had its own register, entirely different from the layered complexity of the village. It was vast and rhythmic and deeply legible once you understood the vocabulary, the way wind smell changed with depth below the surface, the way the water's own sound mapped the seafloor beneath them, the way migrating birds passed overhead in formations that told him about weather systems 3 days east. He stood there and read it all and let it be enormous. You've been up here for 4 hours, Sasuke said, coming to stand beside him with his arms crossed and a cup of something hot that steamed in the cold sea air. It's a lot. The ocean. The everything. He exhaled. It's like I spent my whole life with one eye closed and someone finally said, "Hey, you can open both." Sasuke looked at the water. Does it hurt? No. It's just, a lot. Volume-wise. He glanced at him. You'd hate it. You'd need to control it immediately. I'd manage. You'd spend a week angry at the sea for having too many smells. Sasuke said nothing, which was as close to "you're probably right" as he ever got. He drank whatever he was drinking and looked northeast, where the sky was starting to show a suggestion of something on the horizon, the absence of sea level that meant land was out there. 4 hours out, Naruto said. I can smell it already. Uzushio. What's left of it? He'd been tracking the smell since the last hour of darkness, the specific quality of destruction-aged stone, the salt-soaked ruins of walls that had come down hard and never been rebuilt, the deep note of sealed earth that had something compressed beneath it. Even from this distance the archive was present in his new senses, not visible but there, a pressure of contained old power that pulsed in the same frequency as the Getsumei heartbeat in his chest. The archive is real. I can feel it. Sasuke looked at him. You've been feeling it since we left port, haven't you? Since yesterday. Why didn't you say so? Because I didn't know what to do with it yet. He turned from the horizon. I do now. Hinata was below deck with a map of the Uzushio ruins spread across the narrow table, the Byakugan active as she worked through the aerial survey records Kakashi had quietly pulled from the intelligence archive. When Naruto and Sasuke came down the stairs she didn't look up immediately, which meant she was deep in something. The ruins cover approximately 6 kilometers of collapsed coastline, she said. The central structure, what used to be the Uzushio administrative complex, is partially submerged. The west seawall is intact to about 4 meters. The interior has heavy rubble accumulation. She tapped a section of the map. Here. There's a chakra anomaly in the survey records. The team that did the last assessment flagged it as residual seal energy from the war, attributed to the Uzumaki defensive lattice, and moved on. But? Naruto said. She looked up. But the chakra signature in the anomaly notation has the same modal frequency as the marks on your hands. She looked at his hands, at the darkened nails and the faint quality of more that moved under his skin like deep current. Someone was looking at this data without knowing what they were looking at. How deep is the anomaly? 14 meters below current sea level. It was above water when Uzushio stood, the ruins shifted when the seawall sections collapsed. The island subsided after the destruction. She paused. We'll need to go under. That's fine. She looked at him with the Byakugan fully active, the pale veined eyes reading his chakra system in the way only she could, and whatever she saw made her expression settle into the particular quiet she wore when she confirmed something she'd suspected. Your chakra pathways have extended, she said. There are channels open in your system that weren't there a week ago. They don't follow the standard meridian map. New architecture, Naruto said. Kurama mentioned the Getsumei bloodline had its own chakra framework that ran parallel to the standard system. Parallel to and apparently significantly larger. She deactivated the Byakugan and looked at him with regular eyes, which always felt more intimate somehow, like someone putting down a tool and choosing to just look. Be careful when you reach the archive. If it was designed with bloodline locks, the resonance when you contact it could be substantial. I'll be fine. I know you will. She said it simply, without hedging, without the careful qualification she'd once used around him. I'm telling you to be prepared for substantial, not to be careful because I think you can't handle it. He looked at her for a moment. When did you get so direct? I've always been direct, she said. You were just difficult to be direct with. Sasuke made a sound that was technically not a laugh but occupied the same territory. Uzushio was awound in the ocean. That was the only way Naruto could describe it when they came around the eastern headland and the ruins opened in front of them. The island was still there, the bones of it, the rock foundation, but everything built on it was either rubble or absence, and the specific quality of the destruction was different from what fire or flood left behind. This was systematic. This was the work of multiple coordinated forces disassembling something in real time, and even now, decades later, the ruins had the particular quality of violence memory that certain places held the way old wood holds smoke. He stood at the bow and felt the weight of it. Your people built something extraordinary here, Sasuke said quietly, beside him. And someone extraordinary decided it needed to not exist anymore. Naruto kept his voice even. He was angry, he could feel the clean, clarifying heat of it moving through his new senses like weather, but it was the right kind of anger, the kind that had direction. He'd spent enough of his life on the kind that didn't. The captain anchored 200 meters offshore, looked at the ruins with the expression of a man who'd been paid enough to bring them here and not enough to ask questions about what came next, and went below to make tea. They swam to the island. Not in any particular hurry, Naruto moving through the water with the same easy efficiency he'd found in everything physical since the bloodline woke, Sasuke beside him in the controlled powerful strokes of a jonin who'd trained in every terrain, Hinata threading between them with a grace that had always looked effortless and had never been. The water was cold and green and full of information, the fish population, the current patterns, the depth map building itself in Naruto's awareness without him having to work for it. They reached the shore and stood on rubble that had once been someone's floor. Naruto walked into the ruins. He didn't need the map. The archive was pulling at him like a tide, steady and specific and entirely unmistakable now that he was on the island itself, the Getsumei heartbeat in his chest responding to something below him with a resonance that made his vision pulse once, rhythmically, like a greeting. He moved through collapsed corridors and over slabs of fallen wall and around the remnants of what had been a significant building, pillars of worked stone still standing to waist height, the Uzushio spiral carved into what remained of them, the same spiral that was on the inside of Naruto's wrist if you knew where to look. The water entry point should be here, Hinata said, Byakugan active, scanning below ground. She moved to a section of the floor that had cracked and subsided, leaving a gap large enough to pass through. Below it, visible to her eyes if not to conventional sight, was water. 14 meters. The archive space appears to be sealed, there's a dry chamber below the water line, held by active preservation seals. Still running, Naruto said. After decades. Uzumaki's sealing doesn't expire, she said, and there was something in her voice, not pride exactly, but recognition. Your clan built things to last. He looked at the gap in the floor. Looked at Sasuke. I'll go first, Naruto said. Obviously, Sasuke said. He went through the gap feet first, dropped into cold dark water, and went down. 14 meters in open water was nothing, the pressure was minimal, the cold was manageable, his body handling the descent with the calm metabolic efficiency of something that had always been capable of this and was just now being allowed. He could see clearly, better than he should have been able to, his adapted vision reading the underwater dark ingredients that mapped the walls of what had been an underground access shaft, cut into the bedrock of the island, sealed on every surface with overlapping preservation tags that glowed faintly in his vision like distant lanterns. At the bottom of the shaft was a door. Larger than the one in his inner space, and made of stone rather than wood, but bearing the same marks, wolf and crescent, the Getsumei sigil repeated across its surface in an interlocking pattern that covered every centimeter of the face. It was sealed with a dozen different methods, chakra locks, physical bars, the kind of layered security that someone built when they expected the people trying to get in to be very, very capable. Naruto put his hand flat against it. The seals recognized the Getsumei heartbeat. All of them, simultaneously, the way a locked room recognizes its key, not with resistance but with immediate and complete yielding, every seal releasing in sequence, the bars retracting, the door swinging inward with a movement that displaced the water around him in a slow outward ring. Dry air rushed out. He went through and the door sealed behind him. The archive was not what he expected, which meant he hadn't known what to expect. He'd imagined shelves. He'd imagined files. He'd imagined some version of the administrative archive in Konoha's sublevel, just older and more complete. What he found instead was a single large circular chamber, the walls covered not in shelves but in carved stone panels, each one depicting a scene in a style he didn't recognize, not the flat heraldic art of most clan documentation, but something more dimensional, figures carved with a specificity that bordered on portrait work. And between the panels, written in a script that was older than anything he'd encountered but that his new mind read with the ease of something long familiar, was text. Not records. Not administrative documentation. History. In the center of the chamber was a single stone basin, waist-high, filled with water that glowed with the same faint luminance as the seals on the door, and above the basin, suspended in the air by a preservation seal so old and so sophisticated it was practically a work of art, was a bound collection of documents, the Getsumei Covenant. Volumes 1 through 4, exactly as the archive notation had referenced. He moved to the walls first, because some part of him understood that the context mattered as much as the document. The panels told a story he'd never had words for. The earliest ones showed a people who were genuinely ancient, not primitive, not savage, but old, with the specificity of a civilization that had developed in isolation from the chakra-centric cultures that eventually dominated the continent. They were shown in both forms, human and wolf, moving between them with the ease of breathing, and the wolf form was nothing like the grotesque transformations that shinobi myth described. It was clean. Enormous. Fully animal and fully present, not a loss of self but an expansion of it. The middle panel showed the meeting with the founding clans. He could recognize certain stylistic elements of what would become the Senju and Uzumaki visual language in the art, and the meeting depicted was formal and clearly significant, both sides shown in postures of genuine respect. The Getsumei representatives were shown in their human form but with the wolf glow in their eyes and the specific carriage of people who were offering partnership, not submission. The later panels were harder to look at. Not because the art changed, the quality stayed consistent throughout, but because the story changed. The Getsumei were shown, gradually, moving to the margins of the carved scenes. The founding clans grew larger. The Getsumei children were shown in scenes that he read, with his new senses and the bone-deep context the bloodline gave him, as assimilation, the conscious erasure of the wolf shape in favor of the human one, the deliberate unteaching of transformation, the process by which a people convinced themselves to be less than they were for the comfort of the people around them. The final panel showed a single figure, standing at the edge of a shoreline, in a landscape he recognized as Uzushio. The figure was shown in the moment between forms, half-shifted, the transformation caught mid-process, and her face was depicted with extraordinary care and detail. She was young, maybe 30, and her expression had nothing frightened in it. Nothing apologetic. She was looking at something the carver had placed off the edge of the panel, off the world of the image entirely, and she was smiling. Below her feet was carved a name. He could read it in the old script. Kushina of the Uzumaki. Last of the moon-blooded. The blood continues. Naruto stood in front of it for a long time. He was not going to cry in an underwater archive. He made this decision clearly and calmly and then immediately had to revise it because apparently he was, in fact, going to do exactly that, briefly and quietly, without making it anyone's business but his own. Your mother, Kurama said, very softly. Yeah. She had this commissioned, Naruto. She knew the ruins would survive even if Uzushio didn't. She put herself on the wall. A pause. She made sure you'd find it. He pressed his fingers against the carved face. Then he went to the basin and took the covenant. The documents transferred the way his mother's scroll had, not linearly but in totality, the full 4 volumes arriving in him simultaneously with the warm efficiency of information finding its intended recipient. He stood at the basin and received it all, and the shape of what had been done to his bloodline assembled itself in his understanding with the clean, terrible clarity of something that had always been true but never been said. The covenant had been genuine. The founding clans, the early Senju, the Uzumaki leadership, the progenitors of what would become the hidden village system, had entered into a real agreement with the Getsumei, recognizing their bloodline's sovereignty, guaranteeing their right to exist within the emerging power structure without being required to suppress or deny their nature. It had lasted 60 years. Then a new generation of political leadership had decided that an ancient shapeshifter bloodline integrated into the shinobi power structure was a strategic liability. Not because the Getsumei had done anything. Not because there had been incidents or violence or breach of the covenant terms. Simply because the calculation had changed. Because the new leadership had looked at the Getsumei and seen something that didn't fit neatly into the hierarchy of power they were building, and rather than accommodate the complexity, they'd chosen simplicity. The covenant was buried. The Getsumei were told, gradually and then suddenly, that their nature was no longer welcome. The ones who refused to comply disappeared. The ones who complied survived, diminished, their children raised in ignorance of what they were, the bloodline going dormant in family lines that had forgotten how to wake it. The Uzumaki had tried to preserve the record, hence the covenant archive, hence his mother's scroll, hence the carved chamber he was standing in. They'd fought the erasure as long as they could, and then Uzushio itself had been destroyed, and the last carrier of the full bloodline had been a young woman who became a Jinchuriki and died giving birth to a child she had 10 minutes to love. But she'd hidden the key. She'd hidden it inside the cage of the very thing they'd used to contain her, Naruto thought, and something in him, fierce and clean and completely without grief now, the grief burned down to fuel, recognized that as the most Kushina move possible. Hide the inheritance inside the prison. Trust the prisoner to guard it. Wait for the child to be ready. He looked at the covenant in his hands. Then he heard the heartbeat. It came from above the archive chamber, from the water of the access shaft, moving downward. One heartbeat, then two, then five. Controlled, professional, the flat rhythm of trained operatives who'd been told to maintain calm regardless of circumstances. He tracked them without moving, mapping their descent, identifying them by the slight individual variations in their chakra signatures. And behind them, with the deliberate calm heartbeat he'd learned in the alley behind the administrative building, Shirogane. The archive door opened from outside. Naruto turned. Shirogane came through alone, leaving his people in the shaft. He was dressed differently than he'd been in Konoha, field gear, practical, the kind that didn't announce itself but was built for combat. He looked at the chamber with an expression that wasn't predatory or triumphant but something that Naruto, reading it through his new full-spectrum senses, tagged with unexpected accuracy as grief. Genuine grief. The man stood in the archive of the Getsumei and grieved it, and the biochemistry of it was entirely real. You got here fast, Naruto said. We were already en route when you left Konoha. Shirogane moved to the wall panels without appearing to hurry, his eyes moving over the carved scenes with the familiarity of someone who had studied records of this place extensively and was now encountering the real thing. I didn't expect you to bypass the access seals as quickly as you did. Most bloodline locks require extended contact time. The door opened when I touched it. Shirogane stopped at the panel of Kushina. Looked at it for a long moment. She was extraordinary, he said. I never met her. I've spent 15 years reconstructing her life from secondary sources and the accounts of people who knew her. He turned. She trusted Kurama with everything. The most pragmatic decision I've ever heard of, hide your most important secrets inside the thing no one would voluntarily get near. What do you want, Shirogane? Not a question. More like a boundary being drawn. What I've always wanted. He looked at the covenant in Naruto's hands. To restore what was taken. To document and protect what survived. He gestured at the chamber. This archive needs to be moved. The ruins are structurally unstable, we've documented increasing subsidence over the last 4 years. If this chamber collapses into open ocean, it's gone. I know. My organization has a secure facility, no. He said it simply. This goes to Konoha. Under Tsunade's protection. He watched Shirogane's expression. That's not negotiable. Shirogane considered this for exactly as long as it took to calculate the angles, which was approximately 4 seconds. Konoha's council will attempt to suppress it. The same political instinct that drove the original erasure, the council won't touch it. He held Shiragene's gaze. I won't let them. Another 4 seconds. No, Shiragane said slowly, I don't imagine you would. He looked at Naruto with an expression that was complex and layered in ways that his new senses mapped but couldn't entirely decode. There was respect in it, and there was something else, something that sat in the register between admiration and something closer to hunger, the look of someone who sees what they've been searching for and has to decide how they're going to respond to it. You understand that you're carrying more than a personal heritage. The Getsumei bloodline, fully activated in a shinobi of your capability, that's not just about you and your mother's history. That changes the balance of power in the shinobi world. I'm aware. And you're not concerned. I'm aware, he repeated, with a different emphasis. Shiragane looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, and it was the same genuine smile from the alley, the one that was real but had something underneath it that was also real and harder to name. I came here expecting to spend time convincing you of things, he said. You've already figured out most of them. You mentioned other surviving bloodlines. People who activated without support. Naruto kept his voice level, watching the man carefully. How many? 7 confirmed in the last decade. 3 of them, he paused. 3 of them didn't survive the activation. The physiological change overwhelmed them before they had the context to manage it. 2 of them survived, but the activation was traumatic enough to damage their chakra systems permanently. He looked at the wall panels. 2 of them are living in circumstances I'd describe as functional but unstable, isolated, aware of what they are, without any community or framework. You've been in contact with them? Trying to be. His voice shifted slightly, became less polished, more direct. It's not always welcome. When someone has spent their whole life being told something is wrong with them and then a stranger shows up saying actually you're a rare ancient bloodline, the reception is mixed. I can imagine. Can you? He looked at Naruto. You've spent your whole life being told something was wrong with you too. But you had Konoha, eventually. You had people who came around. You had, he gestured vaguely at the ceiling, at the island above them, at the world in general, meaning Sasuke, Hinata, Kakashi, all of it. You had a village, eventually. The grief scent was back. Stronger now. Naruto held it in his awareness and turned it over carefully. You're Getsumei, he said. Shiragane went very still. You activated without support, Naruto continued, watching the micro-expressions move through the man's face, the brief flash of being seen, the quick controlled suppression of it, the careful reassembly of composure. Not recently. A long time ago. The work you've been doing, 20 years, that's not ideological. That's personal. Silence. How old were you? Naruto asked. Shiragane looked at the carved wall for a long time. 13, he said at last. I was a root trainee. Danzo ran an aggressive identification program. He was looking for shinobi children with unusual physiological traits. He found me during a physical assessment. My bloodline had just begun activating. His voice had the flat quality of old injury, not fresh, not bleeding, just present. He contained it. Suppressed it. Spent 3 years developing the chakra suppression compound to specifically target Getsumei biology. He held up his hand, and Naruto noticed what he hadn't noticed in the alley, the faint scarring along the meridian lines, the specific damage of extended force suppression on a bloodline that was built to run free. He thought he could extract the capability without the heritage. Take the enhanced senses, the physical capacity, remove the transformation component. Make something useful and controllable. And instead you waited 20 years and started collecting everything he tried to bury. He underestimated how well a Getsumei retains information. The smile was thin and real. Everything he showed me, every document he accessed, every location he searched, I remember it all. Every piece. Naruto looked at him. At the genuine grief and the real damage and the 20 years of careful, patient fury underneath the composed exterior. He looked at it clearly, with every sense he had, and he held it alongside the rest of what he knew about this man, the council asset, the root infrastructure, the operatives and the shaft above them, and he let the full picture sit. I believe you, he said. About the archive, about the other bloodlines, about Danzo. I believe it. Shirogane waited. But you have people in my village. Taro, and whoever else. And you've been running this operation with the same methodology Root used, compartmentalized, unilateral, undisclosed. He took a step forward. That's not preservation. That's control wearing preservation's face. The silence in the chamber was complete. I want the same thing you want, Naruto continued. The bloodline documented. The surviving carriers supported. The covenant restored. The history returned to the light. He held up the covenant. But I'm going to do it in a way that doesn't look like what was done to us. And you're going to help me, openly, or you're going to get out of my way. Shirogane looked at him for a very long time. You're 15, he said. I know. He held the man's gaze. Are you going to answer me? He was halfway back up the access shaft, the covenant sealed in a waterproof scroll case, when the test began. He felt it before he saw it, a shift in the archive below him, a resonance that the Getsumei heartbeat in his chest responded to with the quality of a tuning fork being struck. He stopped in the water and felt it move through him, and understood with the sudden clarity of the bloodline memory in the covenant that this was not incidental. The archive tested its claimants. His mother had known. She'd mentioned it in the scroll, it tests. He'd read the reference and filed it and hadn't fully understood what it meant until the walls of the shaft began to move. Not collapsing. Shifting. The stone reconfiguring in patterns that had nothing to do with structural failure and everything to do with deliberately applied sealing architecture, the walls becoming a surface covered in Uzumaki sealwork that activated in sequence, and the water between them beginning to pull, creating a current that worked against his ascent and toward a chamber he hadn't entered. A side passage. Invisible before, now open. He went into it. The space beyond was small, barely large enough to stand in, and it was empty except for light. Light with no source, ambient and silver white, the quality of moonlight rendered into architecture, and in the middle of the light was nothing but a question. Not a written question. Not a spoken one. Something the Getsumei archive communicated in the pre-linguistic language of bloodline memory, the same channel through which his mother's scroll had given him her voice. What are you? He stood in the moonlight of an underwater room in the ruins of his mother's civilization, and he thought about the answer. He was 15. He was loud and impulsive and had broken more training ground property than any other Jonin-ranked shinobi in Konoha's recent history. He was a Jinchuriki. He was the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He was Sasuke's best enemy and Hinata's something complicated and Kakashi's source of approximately 40% of his gray hair. He was the person who had been called Demon Brat at 6 and had decided that the world's opinion of him was the world's problem to solve. He was the last of the moon-blooded. What are you? Everything, he said, out loud, in the empty silver room, without hesitation or performance or any particular desire to be overheard. Just a statement of fact. I'm everything I was and everything I didn't know about yet. Same person. More of them. The light changed. It went from ambient silver to something directional, focused, pouring down from above in a column that landed on him like a physical weight, and then it entered him, not violently, not with the Ninetales' explosive force or the sudden flood of the bloodline's first activation, but with the particular gentleness of something that had been waiting a very long time to arrive at its correct destination. Every Getsumei ancestor who had left a piece of themselves in this archive came through him in a single flowing sequence. Not as overwhelming information, not as identity erasure, as recognition. They knew who he was. He knew who they were. The exchange was brief and complete and left him standing in the fading light with the full depth of the Getsumei legacy, not as external knowledge but as interior understanding, as natural as breathing, as fundamental as his own heartbeat. He knew what he was now. All the way down. He came back up through the shaft and broke the surface in the flooded lower level of the ruins, and Sasuke was right there, because of course Sasuke was right there, ankle deep in the water that had come in through a crack in the outer wall while Naruto had been below, watching the shaft entrance with his Sharingan active and an expression of controlled impatience. "You were down there for 40 minutes, Sasuke said. "It was that long. The archive tested you." "How did you know?" "Because the ruins lit up. The sealwork on every surface in this section activated simultaneously and then went dark again." He looked at Naruto. "You passed, I assume." The bar was self-knowledge. He pulled himself out of the water. "Not the hardest test I've ever taken." Sasuke looked at him. The Sharingan was reading his chakra, as it always did, and what it found this time made his expression shift in the way it shifted for things he filed under unprecedented. "The archive gave you something. The full bloodline memory. Everything the Getsumei preserved here." He held up the scroll case. "The Covenant too. And Sharingan. Still below." Naruto thought about how to categorize the man accurately. "Complicated. He's Getsumei. Activated under Danzo's suppression program. The agenda is real but the methods were root-shaped." He moved toward the exit, stepping over fallen stone. "He's going to be useful if I can redirect him. Dangerous if I can't." "And which do you think it'll be?" Naruto thought about the grief smell. The scarred meridian lines. 20 years of patient fury pointed at the people who'd done that to him. "Useful," he said. "Eventually. He just needs to understand that the goal is restoration, not reversal." Sasuke said nothing, which meant he was reserving judgment, which was the correct response. Hinata was on the ruin's highest intact wall when they emerged from the interior, seated on a broken section of parapet with the Byakugan scanning the ocean in every direction. She turned when she heard them coming and her gaze moved to Naruto immediately, reading him, and what she saw made her breath catch, briefly, quietly, enough that only his new senses caught it. "You went through the archive test," she said. "Yeah. You're different." She said it without making it a negative observation. Just fact. The chakra lines that opened after the bloodline activated, they're fully integrated now. There's no longer a division between your standard chakra network and the Getsumei channels. They're one system. She paused. "You're one system." "Feels like it." "There's a ship," she said, shifting smoothly, the Byakugan orienting northwest. "Military registry. It's been maintaining position 2 kilometers out since we arrived. Holding pattern, not approaching, not retreating." Naruto looked northwest. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it, the collective heartbeat signature of a crew, 12 to 15 people, the kind of deliberate measured calm of individuals who'd been told to wait and were waiting with professional patience. "Sharingan's backup plan," he said. "His people in the shaft have ascended," Hinata said. "They're on the island's surface now. 5 of them, positioned at what would have been the original main gate." She looked at him. "They're not moving toward us. They're not going to." He said it with the certainty of the full bloodline understanding he'd just received, which included a very clear picture of the Getsumei social architecture, the thing that Sharingan's root training had overlaid with hierarchy and control but hadn't entirely erased. "They know what I am. The bloodline memory is communal in the Getsumei, everyone with the blood knows when the alpha line activates." He paused. "They'll wait for me to address them." Sasuke looked at him. "Alpha. That's the accurate term. You've been an alpha since the academy, it just didn't have a technical name." Naruto didn't quite smile but it was close. He dropped off the wall, landed in the rubble, and walked toward the main gate. Sharingan's 5 people were exactly where Hinata had said, positioned with the automatic precision of people whose training had overridden everything else, but standing in a formation that wasn't aggressive. 3 men, 2 women, all field age, all with the particular quality of controlled suppression that Naruto now recognized as the chakra suppression compound, keeping the Getsumei activation in each of them below the threshold of expression. Not all of them were fully activated, he could feel the difference, the ones who were dormant, the one who wasn't, but the blood was there. In all of them. Diluted in some, present and constrained in others. They looked at him when he walked up, and something moved through all 5 of them simultaneously, involuntary, below the level of intention, the bloodline recognizing its own in the hierarchy it was born with. "You've been suppressed," he said. Not an accusation. "All of you." The one who wasn't dormant, a woman, mid-30s, the suppression compound on her hands most recent and most heavy, said, "It's manageable. It's not good for you." He looked at her directly. "How long?" She held his gaze for a moment. 11 years. "It stops." He said it quietly and with the complete authority of someone who didn't need to raise their voice to be unambiguous. "Whatever Shiragene's been using to keep the bloodline contained, it stops. You can manage the activation, you can learn to work with it, but you don't suppress it. That's not what we do." Silence. "Sir," one of the men said. It was not a military form of address. It was something older. Naruto looked at them all. He thought about what Shirogane had described, the 3 who hadn't survived activation, the 2 with permanent damage, the ones living in isolation without framework or community. He thought about himself at 3 in the morning hitting a boulder in an empty training ground and not knowing why the darkness felt like home. "We're going to fix this," he said. "All of it. The archive is recovered, the covenant is in hand, and we're going to rebuild what was erased. But we do it right." He looked at each face. Not in secret. Not with root methods. Not as a weapon. He let the weight of what he was settle fully in the air around him, the Getsumei presence uncontained, the full measure of what the archive had given him present and unmistakable. As what we actually are. The woman with the 11 years of suppression looked at him, and her carefully maintained composure fractured, not into weakness, but into something honest, something raw with relief and recognition and the specific ache of someone who's been holding their breath for a decade and just been given permission to exhale. "Okay," she said. It was the simplest possible answer and it carried everything. The boat ride back was quieter than the trip out. Not subdued, full, in the way that silences are full after something has fundamentally shifted. Naruto sat at the bow again, the Covenant scroll case against his hip, the ocean reading itself to him in the language he was still learning to vocabulary, and Sasuke sat 5 feet away reading nothing and thinking everything. And Hinata had her back against the cabin wall with her eyes closed and her head tilted back at an angle that meant she was asleep or thinking in the deep registered way she did when processing significant information. The sun was going down in the west and the water had gone from green to gold to something closer to copper, and every animal in the ocean below them was a heartbeat, every seabird was a specific weight against the air, and the world was improbably, almost painfully full. "He'll come to Konoha," Naruto said. Sasuke didn't ask who. When? Soon. He won't stay in the field now that the archive is moved. His operation shifts. He watched the water. He wants to be in the room where things are decided. That's going to be a conversation with Tsunade. Yeah. She's going to have a lot of thoughts. She always does. He was quiet for a moment. He's not wrong that the bloodline changes the power balance. He's just wrong about what to do with that change. He looked at the horizon. The Getsumei weren't destroyed because they were dangerous. They were erased because they were powerful and wouldn't be owned. He felt the Getsumei heartbeat in his chest, steady and double-rhythmed, his and the bloodlines, fully synchronized now. That's not changing. But the won't be owned part. He almost smiled. That's a given. Sasuke looked at him, the fading light catching the Sharingan spin, and said the thing he said when something genuinely mattered to him, which was nothing, verbally, but his expression said it clearly enough that Naruto, with his new full-spectrum senses, received it completely. The boat moved east, toward the village, carrying its cargo of recovered history and altered futures, and the stars came out above the water one by one, and the moon rose full and white and enormous over the ocean, and Naruto looked at it and felt, for the first time in his life, entirely, completely, and absolutely recognized. Chapter 4, Teeth and Thunder. The mission report took Naruto 40 minutes to write and Tsunade 40 seconds to read. She set it down, looked at the Covenant scroll case on her desk, looked at the carved stone rubbing Hinata had made of the final archive panel, looked at Naruto, and said, "I need more coffee. There's also this." He put Shiragene's wax token on the desk beside the scroll case. She looked at the token. "He let you take his calling card. He gave it to me in an alley 2 days before we left. I think the intention was for me to feel like I had the option of reaching out." Naruto dropped into the chair across from her. "He'll reach out himself within the week. And when he does, I want to be in the room." He held her gaze. Not as a subject of the conversation. In it. Tsunade considered him the way she'd been considering him since the morning his eyes changed, with the layered assessment of a woman who had seen several generations of extraordinary shinobi and had developed a precise instrument for distinguishing between the kinds of powerful that were good for the village and the kinds that weren't. Naruto had always been in the first category. The question she was currently running, he knew, was whether the expanded version of him fit the same category or required a new one. "Taro resigned from the council this morning," she said. "Before or after he knew we were back?" "After. 2 hours after." She picked up her coffee. "He didn't give reasons. He didn't need to. Shiragane told him to go quiet." Naruto stretched his legs out. He was a reporting asset, not an ideological one. Shiragane probably has 3 more like him scattered through the administration. They'll all go quiet now. He'll want to see how I handle the Covenant before he commits to anything. "You've been thinking about this since the boat ride?" "Since the archive." Tsunade set her cup down and looked at the scroll case for a long moment. "The Covenant needs to be formally acknowledged by Konoha. Not filed, not archived, not added to the restricted access list. Acknowledged. Publicly." She said it with the slow, deliberate quality of someone making a decision they know will have significant friction. "That's going to require a council session." "It's going to require more than that," he said. "But the council session is the right first step." She looked at him. "This is going to make you a political figure." "I'm already a political figure." He wasn't bothered by it. "I've been a political figure since I was born. The difference is now I have documentation." For the first time in the conversation, the hard line of Tsunade's expression softened into something that was close to proud, the way she went proud, quickly, without display, and then covered with the professional face again. "Don't do anything that forces my hand before the session," she said. "Give me 5 days. Done." He was at the door when she said, without looking up from the scroll case, "Your mother would have walked in here, eaten half my lunch, and told me to schedule it for tomorrow." He grinned, facing the door. "I know. I'm being considerate. It's deeply unlike you. I'm growing." He left before she could respond, which was a technique he'd learned from Kushina's scroll description of how she handled the 4th Hokage. 3 days passed in a state of compressed energy that Naruto recognized as the particular tension before things moved. He trained. Not the destructive boulder breaking of before, but something more refined, learning the actual architecture of what he could do now that the bloodline and the Jinchuriki chakra and 15 years of shinobi training were operating as a single integrated system. He found that his shadow clones had changed. They still ran off Kurama's chakra, still functioned identically, but each one now carried the Getsumei sensory expansion, which meant he could run 1,000 clones across an area and receive 1,000 simultaneous streams of full-spectrum sensory input. The mental processing load that would have broken any other shinobi was handled by the bloodline's expanded architecture without strain. He ran at full speed and tested the limit of it, which turned out to be significantly above the limit he'd found in the forest the first night. The Getsumei physical enhancement scaled with activation depth. The more completely he accessed the bloodline, the more the body was capable of, and the archive's gift had taken him much deeper than the initial awakening. He covered the perimeter of Konoha in 4 minutes at speed, and he wasn't breathing hard when he stopped, and Kurama, who was usually the one pushing him to go faster and do more, said nothing because there was nothing to push. He was already there. "You're frightening," Kurama said, on the second day, during a sparring session with 100 shadow clones that left the training ground looking like someone had made several significant landscaping decisions. "Is that a complaint?" "It's an observation. You've been frightening in various ways your entire life. This is a more complete version." A pause. "I want you to know something." Naruto dispelled the remaining clones and stood in a cleared space, breathing normally, feeling completely fine. "What?" "When your mother sealed me inside you, she told me to protect the scroll. She made me agree." Kurama's voice had the particular texture it took on when he was navigating around something it cost him to say. "I want you to understand that I agreed not because she forced me, she could not have forced me, the seal was not that comprehensive. I agreed because she asked. And because even then, through everything, what she was asking me to protect was something that deserved protecting." Naruto stood very still. "I am not good at being responsible for things," the fox continued. "I am large and old and my instincts are not domesticated. But you are." He stopped. Started again. "You are not domesticated either, and that was the point." She knew what she was sealing into what. Another pause. "I am telling you this because I should have told you sooner, and because what's coming is going to require you to trust me more completely than we've managed before, and I think the telling was a prerequisite." "What's coming?" Naruto said. "I can feel Shiragene's presence moving toward the village. He has been for 2 days. And he is carrying something." The fox's voice had taken on a quality Naruto had never heard from him, something between warning and recognition. "Something Getsumei. Something constructed rather than born. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know what it wants to be, and what it wants to be is very close to what you are. An artificial transformation. A weapon wearing the shape of a heritage." Naruto looked at his hands. At the darkened nails and the living quality of the bloodline in his skin. He thought about what Shiragane had said in the archive, 20 years of collected Getsumei artifacts. 20 years of studying the bloodline from the outside while his own was suppressed. 20 years of being a Getsumei who couldn't be a Getsumei, finding other methods. "He's not going to use it on me," he said slowly, thinking it through. "No," Kurama agreed. "He's going to show me. To make a point." He breathed in. The Getsumei pulse moved in double time. "He wants me to understand the scale of what he's built. The leverage. He wants you to understand that if you don't direct this, he will." Naruto nodded, once. The clean, directional anger from Uzushio was back, but it sat beneath his surface without breaking it, fuel not flame. "Let him come." Shiragane came on the 4th day. Not through the gate, not with subterfuge either, not through sewers or over walls or with the careful invisible infiltration of someone who expected to be stopped. He walked through the main gate in civilian clothes with 2 people beside him and presented himself to the gate chunin as a visiting consultant with a scheduled appointment with Hokage Tsunade, which was technically false but produced the correct paperwork trail because apparently Shiragane had people inside the administrative system who were better at their jobs than Taro had been. Naruto was at the gate when he arrived. Not because he'd been told, because he'd felt the approach 4 kilometers out, had tracked the 3 heartbeats from the training ground, had made the decision to be present without making a production of it. He was leaning against the wall beside the gate with his arms crossed when Shiragane walked through, and the man stopped for exactly 1 second when he saw him before the composed expression settled back into place. "You felt me coming," Shiragane said. "Since the forest road." Naruto pushed off the wall and fell into step beside him, matching his pace exactly, which was a thing he'd noticed about himself. He unconsciously calibrated his movement to the people around him now, reading their rhythm and mirroring it. It wasn't a strategy. It was just what the Getsumei body did. For kilometers. Your two people have standard chakra signatures. Yours is, he considered, layered. There's the suppressed Getsumei underneath, and then something else on top. Something constructed. Shirogane glanced at him. You can identify it at 4 kilometers. The constructed thing has a specific frequency. It doesn't match anything in the bloodline memory. He looked at Shirogane directly. What is it? Something I want to show Tsunade. He held Naruto's gaze. And you. Then let's go. The meeting in Tsunade's office had a specific atmosphere that Naruto had learned to read as a function of who was in the room and what they each needed from it. Tsunade was behind her desk with the Covenant scroll case visible on the shelf behind her, present and deliberate, a statement. Kakashi was to her left, standing, in his standard uniform, the covered Sharingan present and patient. Shizune was at the door with the expression of someone prepared to evacuate the building if necessary. Shirogane came in, assessed the room in the 3 seconds it took him to cross to the chair Tsunade indicated, and sat with the controlled economy of someone who'd spent decades in rooms where the wrong body language could be terminal. His two people stayed outside. Shirogane, Tsunade said, not using a honorific, not using a title, just the name. I've read Naruto's report on your interactions at Uzushio. I have questions. I expected you would. He folded his hands in his lap. Before we begin, I want to be clear about something. I'm not here to negotiate or to ask for anything. I'm here because Naruto Uzumaki asked me to do this openly, and he was right, and I am choosing to honor that. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Naruto kept his eyes on Shirogane. Your root connection, Kakashi said. Not aggressive. Just direct. Former. Fully severed at Danzo's death, not because of his death specifically, but because the organization I subsequently built serves the opposite purpose. He looked at Kakashi without flinching. I know what Root did. I know the full scope of it. I was inside it long enough to see most of it. A pause. I was also a subject of some of it, which gives me a perspective his other operatives didn't have. Tsunade's expression hadn't moved. The operation you've been running. Assets inside Konoha. Unauthorized intelligence activities on sovereign territory. Yes. Those stop. They already have. He met her eyes. From the moment Naruto walked out of the Uzushio archive, the operation shifted. I'm not here with leverage. I'm here because the alternative, continuing in parallel, as a separate force, working toward the same goal by different methods, is inefficient and ultimately contradicts the goal itself. He paused. You can't restore a heritage that was destroyed by secrecy and unilateral action by using secrecy and unilateral action. Kakashi made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. The surviving bloodlines, Naruto said, bringing the room to the thing that mattered most to him. 7 confirmed. 5 connected to your operation. 2 isolated. You said 2 of them were in unstable circumstances. 1 in the land of rain. 1 in a border village in fire country. He reached into his jacket and produced 2 files. Set them on the desk. Everything I have. Naruto picked them up before Tsunade could. Opened the first. Read it in the time it took most people to read a title. Opened the second. Read it. Set both down. I'm going to find them, he said. I know, Shirogane said. That's the correct order of operations. Before anything else. Before the council session, before the formal acknowledgement, before any of the political architecture. He looked at Tsunade. People before paperwork. She looked back at him, the measured appraisal in full effect. The council session is in 2 days. I can give you a week after that. I'll need 3 days before, not after. He said it without making it a request. The council session will go better if there are living Getsumei in the room. Not just documentation and a 15-year-old. Silence. Kakashi's covered eye moved to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the ceiling for exactly the amount of time she needed to run through the political implications, which she could do very fast. Fine, she said. 3 days. Take Sasuke. Naruto was already standing. The other thing, Shirogane said. Everyone looked at him. He reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and produced a small device, the size of a scroll case, but heavier, sealed with a combination of physical and chakra locks. He set it on the desk and removed his hands from it with the deliberate care of someone setting down something they're aware is significant. This is a prototype, he said. It took 11 years to build. It uses collected Getsumei biological material, hair, blood trace, chakra impressions left in sealwork, to synthesize an approximation of the bloodline activation. It can be used to simulate a partial transformation. The physical capabilities, the sensory expansion, not the full shift. He looked at Naruto. I built it because I couldn't access my own bloodline and I needed to understand what I was working with. I want you to have it. Naruto looked at the device. He could feel it from across the room, the constructed frequency he'd identified at 4 kilometers, the Getsumei material inside it resonating with the bloodline in his chest in a way that was not quite recognition and not quite alarm. Something between. It's unstable, he said. Shirogane didn't answer immediately. How unstable, Kakashi said. At full activation, if someone attempted to push the synthesis beyond the partial stage, he paused. Significantly. Define significantly, Tsunade said. The biological material was not designed to be reconstructed into an active system. It was preserved, not living. Pushing it would be, he looked at Naruto. You understand the difference between a bloodline that grew naturally and one that was assembled after the fact. The difference between a river and a dam, Naruto said. Yes. And you built this while you couldn't access your own. Yes. Because you needed to understand it. Because I needed to not forget it, Shirogane said, and the grief frequency was back, sharp and clear and completely unguarded for the first time. Because Danzo took 11 years from me and the bloodline went dormant under the suppression and some days I couldn't feel it at all, and I built this to remember what it felt like to be what I am. He looked at the device on the desk. I'm telling you it's unstable because I want you to know the full picture. Because I'm choosing the transparent approach. A pause. And because I know you're going to encounter someone who will attempt to use it past the safe threshold, and you should know what that looks like before it happens. The room was very quiet. You built a weapon, Kakashi said. Neutral. Not accusing. I built a memory aid that has weapon-adjacent properties if misused. He looked at Kakashi steadily. I am aware of the distinction being operational, not philosophical. Tsunade picked up the device. Examined it. Set it down. It stays here, she said. In containment. Naruto has access if needed. Shirogane nodded. The meeting ended with the specific unresolved quality of things that had reached their immediate conclusion but hadn't finished being complicated. Naruto walked out with Shirogane's files under his arm and Kakashi beside him and the device's constructed frequency still resonating faintly at the edge of his awareness. Do you trust him? Kakashi asked in the corridor. I trust his grief, Naruto said. And I trust his intelligence. And I trust that he's chosen the open path because he's calculated it's the better strategy. He paused. I'll keep working on the rest. He left for the land of rain the next morning with Sasuke, and they were back in 48 hours, which was half the time Tsunade had given them. The Getsumei carrier in the land of rain was a 22-year-old named Kana who had spent 4 years believing she was losing her mind. Her activation had been gradual and completely without context, the sensory expansion coming in first, slowly, over months, until the world was so loud and so full of information that existing in it felt like standing in a burning building. She'd been hiding in a modified basement with sealwork covering every surface, trying to contain something she had no language for. Naruto had walked down the stairs into her basement, let the full weight of his Getsumei presence come to the surface uncontained, and watched her react the way a person reacts when they hear a sound they've been waiting for their whole life without knowing they were waiting. She'd been hostile, then disbelieving, then crying, then asking questions faster than he could answer them, then silently reading everything he could give her from the Covenant while Sasuke stood at the top of the stairs and gave them space with the particular tact he deployed when he knew something mattered and didn't want to complicate it. He'd left her with the basics, the bloodline architecture, the management techniques, the knowledge that the activation would stabilize with practice and context, the understanding that she was not broken and had never been broken. He'd left her with a way to reach him. He'd told her about the council session. She'd come back to Konoha with them. The carrier in the Fire Country border village was older and harder, a man named Ryota who had built an entire identity around not being what he was, who had married and had children and spent 30 years being a perfectly ordinary village carpenter and had done it so thoroughly that the dormant bloodline had calcified into something he treated as a deformity rather than a heritage. He didn't want to be found. Naruto had spent 6 hours in his workshop, sitting on a workbench, talking. Not about the bloodline. About his own childhood. About what it felt like to be told your existence was inconvenient. About what happened when you finally stopped arranging yourself around the comfort of people who'd never made room for you anyway. He hadn't pushed. He hadn't persuaded. He'd just been entirely honest in the specific way that honesty worked when the person receiving it recognized it as the truth rather than a strategy. Ryota hadn't come back with them. But he'd taken the information. He'd taken the contact method. And when Naruto had stood to leave and Ryota had said, stiffly, without looking at him, "I have a daughter." 17, Naruto had understood what he was really being told and had said, "She'll have support. Whatever she needs," and something in the older man's face had cracked open briefly before he'd put it back together. Some things took longer. That was fine. The council session was in the morning, and Naruto went to bed early, which was unlike him, and lay in the dark listening to the village. He could hear the whole thing from here, all of it, the sleeping and the waking and the night watch routines and the dogs and the night birds and the wind in the Hokage monument stone. He could hear Hinata 3 streets over, awake late, the Byakugan probably active, reading the night. He could hear Sasuke 2 buildings east, asleep in the controlled way he slept, never fully under, always one level from awareness. He could hear, at the edge of his range, Shirogane in the visitor accommodation near the administrative district, awake and not moving, thinking in the particular stillness of a man who'd spent 20 years planning for a moment that was now tomorrow. He thought about his mother. Not with grief, not with the aching want that had characterized most of his life when he thought about her. Just, thought about her. Kushina, who had carried the last of the moon blood through a war and a ceiling in 10 minutes on the edge of death, who had hidden the inheritance in the one place they'd never look, who had put herself on the wall in the archive of her people and smiled at something off the edge of the image. What was she looking at? He thought about it for a moment. Then he knew. She'd been looking at him. Not literally, the carving was commissioned before he was born. But the intent was the same as the scroll, same as the archive, same as all of it. She'd been looking forward. At the version of the future where the blood continued, where the inheritance arrived, where someone stood in the ruins of Uzushio and found the door and passed the test and came back up into the light. He fell asleep easy and complete, both heartbeats synchronized, the village breathing around him like something he was part of, and the dreams he had were of running in a forest that had no end and no fear, only speed and scent and the clean animal joy of a body doing exactly what it was made to do. He woke up at 3 in the morning because something had changed. Not in the village was the same. In the device. He was on his feet before his conscious mind had processed the input, moving toward the administrative building by instinct, reading the constructed frequency of Shirogane's prototype through the walls of the containment room from 200 meters out. It had changed in quality. The stable hum had developed an edge, a resonance that was working against itself, the assembled Getsumei material inside it responding to something external. He hit the building at speed and went through the door and down the stairs without slowing, and the containment room was already open, the seal locks not forced, opened cleanly, with someone's chakra, someone who knew exactly what they were doing. 3 people inside. One of them holding the device. Not Shiragene's people, Naruto would have recognized those heartbeats. These were new. Clean chakra signatures, standard root suppression architecture overlaid with something else, something that had been dormant long enough to become structural. Council adjacent, his new senses said, reading the trace signatures of the specific building they spent most of their time in. Taro was one of them. Put it down, Naruto said. The 3 of them turned. 2 had weapons drawn, the specific kind of weapon choice that said we've dealt with Jonin before and we've prepared for it. The 3rd, a woman Naruto didn't recognize, was holding the device with the careful grip of someone who'd been told exactly what it was and exactly how to use it. Uzumaki, Taro said. He looked frightened but functioning, the way people looked when they were scared enough to do something but not scared enough to stop. We're not here to fight you. You're in the Hokage's containment room at 3 in the morning, Naruto said. That's not a social call. The device needs to be assessed. By people who can, by people who have a use for it, Naruto said. He looked at the woman with the device. You've been briefed on its properties. She looked at him. Her heartbeat was the most controlled of the 3, not trained calm, but genuinely cold, the specific emotional temperature of someone who decided that what they were doing was correct and had finished the part where they felt things about it. The partial activation parameters were Shiragene's limitation. Not the devices. Naruto felt the air in the room change. Don't. The biological material is Getsumei. The synthesis is Getsumei. The output at full push is a structural failure, he said. Shiragane told us that in the meeting. A dam trying to become a river. A dam, she said, can generate a significant amount of force in the moment it fails. She activated the device. It went from ambient hum to screaming in the space of a breath, the constructed frequency exploding outward, the Getsumei material inside it forced past every safe threshold simultaneously, and the woman's body responded to it with the physiological violence of something being done to a system that hadn't chosen it. Her eyes went wide. Her chakra network lit up and burned. Her transformation was not like his, not the clean integration of a bloodline finding its natural state, it was something pulled rather than grown, stretched over a framework that couldn't hold the shape, and it was enormous and immediately wrong. The 2 operatives with weapons ran. Taro ran. Naruto stayed. The woman in the partial force transformation looked at him with eyes that were not the luminous adapted eyes of the Getsumei awakening but the blown wide eyes of someone whose system was overpressured and didn't know what to do with the overflow. She was shaking. Not from fear. From the structural instability of what she'd done to herself. Stop fighting it, he said. She couldn't hear him. The forced activation had taken her past the threshold where external input registered as language. He crossed the room in one step, took her hands in both of his, and let the Getsumei presence come to the surface completely, not to fight what was happening in her but to give it a reference. A frequency to find. The bloodline in him that was right, naturally occurring, fully integrated, the river rather than the dam, placed beside the forced and failing version and simply was. It didn't work immediately. She fought it for 30 seconds that felt much longer, the failing construct in her thrashing against the natural frequency, and Naruto held on through all of it without letting go and without forcing anything, just staying present, just being the reference point, and slowly, roughly, with the grinding effort of something that had been pushed too far trying to come back from the edge, the construct in her found the frequency and locked onto it. The shaking stopped. She collapsed. He caught her. She was breathing, chakra network scorched along the force channels, the biological material in the device burned through and inert, but alive. Stable. He lowered her to the floor and checked her pulse and it was there, ragged and fast but present, and Kurama was already sending restorative warmth through his hands into her system without being asked, which was the most unexpected and the most characteristic thing the fox had done in recent memory. "She's Getsumei," Kurama said quietly. "Dormant. Extremely faint." The device activated the trace without her knowing what it was responding to. She didn't know. She knew she responded to Getsumei material. She didn't know why. Naruto sat back on his heels and looked at her face. 50s, he thought. The specific look of someone who'd spent decades in institutional work, shaped by it. "She's been inside the council structure her whole career," he said. "And she's been feeling the dormant bloodline the whole time, responding to Getsumei-adjacent material without context." A pause. "It's the same story, Naruto. Different version." He heard footsteps on the stairs, Kakashi, moving fast, and behind him the chakra signature of Anbu, and somewhere above that Shiragene's heartbeat, the closest thing to running the man had probably done in 20 years. He stayed where he was. In the morning, after the reports and the containment and the conversation with Tsunade that lasted until dawn and produced 3 new standing orders regarding the device and the council and the security protocols, Naruto stood outside the medical wing where the woman, her name was Hiroko, Shizune had quietly provided, was sleeping under mild sedation. Shiragane came and stood beside him. "She came from the same council apparatus as Taro," Shiragane said. "I identified her as potentially Getsumei 6 months ago. I didn't reach out because the situation was too delicate." He paused. "That was a miscalculation. She could have died." "Yes. The device needs to be destroyed." Shiragane was quiet for a moment. Naruto felt the grief frequency and something more complicated underneath it, the specific ache of destroying something you built as a lifeline, however flawed, however dangerous. "Yes," Shiragane said again. "You're right. I'll do it," Naruto said. "Not a takeover. An offering. You don't have to be the one." Shiragane looked at him. Something moved through the composed exterior, not quite as controlled as usual, the containment of 20 years of patient fury giving way briefly to something simpler and more human. "No," he said. "I'll do it. It's mine to do." Naruto nodded. They stood in the corridor outside the medical wing while the village finished waking up around them, and Naruto listened to Hiroko's healing heartbeat through the wall, stronger already, the dormant Getsumei trace in her blood responding to proximity even in sleep, finding the frequency, orienting toward it. Not activating, not yet, not without her knowledge and her choice. But aware. The council session was 3 hours away when Sasuke found him on the rooftop. "You've been up here since the medical wing," Sasuke said. "Thinking. About what? How many more there are?" He looked out over the rooftops. Hiroko didn't know what she was. Ryota spent 30 years pretending he wasn't. Kana thought she was losing her mind. He stretched his fingers. Danzo's suppression program wasn't just about containing known carriers. He was running an identification sweep, finding the dormant bloodlines and making sure they stayed dormant. Which means there are people in this village, in every village, who have the trace and have no idea, and some of them have been medicating the symptoms, or isolating themselves, or becoming root assets because root used chakra suppression compounds as a standard tool, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him. "The suppression compound Shiragane mentioned," Sasuke said. "Root used it broadly as a chakra control mechanism. For operatives with unusual signatures or unstable bloodlines." He held Naruto's gaze. "How many root operatives do you think had suppressed Getsumei traces and never knew why the compounds worked so specifically on them?" The scale of it hit Naruto fully for the first time, not the Getsumei specifically, but the pattern of it, the generations of deliberate dimming, the systematic reduction of something vast into something manageable, carried out so thoroughly and for so long that the people being reduced had started doing it to themselves. "That's what the council session is actually about," he said. "It was always about that," Sasuke said. "You just needed to arrive at it from the right direction." Naruto was quiet for a moment. You've been thinking about this since the archive. I've been thinking about it since before that. He looked out over the village. I know what it looks like when a clan is reduced to a cautionary tale. When their history is weaponized against them. When the world decides their power is too inconvenient to acknowledge properly. He paused, and didn't elaborate, because he didn't need to. This is bigger than the Getsumei, Naruto. You know that. I know. What you do in that session today sets the precedent. He looked at him directly. Not just for your bloodline. For every clan that was managed out of its own history. The morning sun was full now, and the village was in motion beneath them, all the heartbeats and footsteps and breakfast smells and market noise, the enormous ordinary complexity of people living alongside each other, and Naruto let himself feel all of it, the full spectrum, nothing suppressed, every signal received and processed and held. He stood up. Then let's go set a precedent, he said. The council chamber was full. Tsunade at the head of the table with the Covenant scroll case in front of her. Kakashi to her left. The council members arranged on either side, 12 of them, the full assembly, some of whom Naruto's new senses identified immediately as knowing more than they were showing, the specific cocktail of elevated heart rate and controlled breathing that meant people managing their reactions rather than having them. Shirogane was present as a witness, standing at the back of the room. Kana was there, newly arrived, sitting very still with the focused composure of someone using their new sensory vocabulary to read every person in the room simultaneously, which Naruto recognized because he was doing the same thing. Naruto walked in and did not take a seat. Tsunade looked at him. He stayed standing, and she let it go because she was smart enough to know the standing was doing something specific and useful. The Covenant of Getsumei, she said, opening the session with the document rather than procedural preamble, which was a deliberate choice, is a foundational legal document in the historical record of the shinobi village system. It predates the establishment of Konoha by approximately 60 years and was entered into by the predecessors of several prominent current families. She paused. It was removed from the official record through an unauthorized administrative action documented in root operational files dated 23 years ago. Several heartbeats spiked. This session is convened to formally restore the covenant to the legal record, to acknowledge the Uzumaki clan's role as custodians of the Getsumei bloodline heritage, and to establish protective provisions for identified Getsumei bloodline carriers within the hidden village system. A council member to the right, older, deliberate, with the specific heartbeat of someone who prepared a counterposition, said, "The validity of these documents has not been independently verified. I can independently verify them," Naruto said. The council member looked at him. "You have a vested interest, I have the full Getsumei bloodline memory," he said. "The archive knowledge transferred during the bloodline test is permanent and complete. I can verify every clause of the covenant against the original mnemonic record." He held the man's gaze steadily. "Would you like me to do that? It'll take about 4 minutes and it's not going to help your position." Silence. "The covenant is genuine," said a council member on the left, a woman in her 60s who had said nothing yet and who, Naruto's senses flagged, had the faintest dormant Getsumei trace of anyone in the room, so faint and so long suppressed she likely had no awareness of it. She was looking at the scroll case. "I have family archives that reference the pre-Uzushio Accords. The language in our records matches the historical period." She looked up. "I move to restore." 2 others seconded immediately. The session took 40 minutes. The covenant was restored to the official record. The protective provisions were written in language that Naruto had worked on with Kakashi the previous night, specific enough to have teeth and broad enough to apply to carriers not yet identified. Shirogane's documentation of the 7 surviving bloodline carriers was formally received. When it was done, Naruto looked around the table and felt the room differently than he'd felt it at the start, the elevated heartbeat settling, the controlled breathing easing, the complicated mixture of relief and residual resistance that meant real things had happened here, things that couldn't be easily undone. He looked at the council member with the dormant trace. She was looking at the covenant document, and her expression had a quality he recognized, the look of someone in the presence of something that resonates at a frequency below the level they have words for. Her hand was resting on the table and she didn't know that her fingers were moving in a pattern that matched the double rhythm of the Getsumei heartbeat. She didn't know. After the session, as people were leaving, he walked over to her and said, quietly, so only she could hear, "There's something I'd like to talk to you about. When you have time." She looked at him. Something in her face was uncertain in a way that had nothing to do with politics. "It's not bad news," he said. "I promise." She looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. He found Sasuke outside the chamber, leaning against the wall in the corridor with his arms crossed and the expression of someone who'd been doing the math. "How many in the room?" Sasuke asked. "2 with dormant traces. 1 with active suppression." Naruto fell into step beside him. "That's just the council. The village at large. I'll need time. And the right method for each person." He paused. "It's not a project for one person." "No," Sasuke agreed. "It's not." They walked out into the late afternoon, the village moving around them, and Naruto let his senses run free across the whole of it, the 1,000 heartbeats and the 10,000 smells and the weight of living things going about the ordinary business of being alive, and somewhere in all of that, the particular frequencies he was learning to distinguish, the traces and the dormant sparks and the suppressed signatures of people who had something they didn't know they had. He would find them. Not all at once. Not with drama or urgency. One at a time, the way you find anything worth finding, by going toward it and letting it know you're coming and being there when it was ready. Above him the evening sky was going dark in the east, and the moon was rising early, almost full, the same moon that had watched all of this from the beginning, and Naruto felt it in his blood the way he felt the archive and the covenant and his mother's carved face on the wall, not as mysticism, not as myth, but as simple and complete recognition. He was here. The blood had continued. The rest was just work, and he had never in his life been afraid of work. Chapter 5, The Council of Wolves. The summons arrived in ways that had no official format. A letter delivered by a bird that wasn't quite a bird, landing on Naruto's windowsill at dawn with a small scroll tied to its leg and eyes that held an intelligence too old for the body carrying it. A message passed through a merchant chain from the land of iron, moving through 6 intermediaries before it reached Kakashi's desk with no return address and a seal Kakashi recognized as predating the village system by at least a century. A woman who simply appeared at the Konoha gate one morning with no documentation and a heartbeat that Naruto felt from the mission desk 2 streets over and was already moving toward before the gate Chunin had finished asking her name. She was from the land of waves. Her name was Sable, and she was 63 years old, and she moved like something that had learned patience the way you learn a foreign language, thoroughly, without losing your accent. Her Getsumei trace was not dormant. It was deep, old, fully integrated in the way that long-term management rather than suppression produced, the bloodline present and functional but held close, expressed only in the quality of her stillness and the specific weight of her attention. She looked at Naruto across the 10 meters of the gate entrance and said, "You opened the archive." "Yes." "The council session." "Yes." She looked at him for a long moment with eyes that had the luminance he recognized as his own, the same depth, the same quality of receiving too much information without apparent strain. Then she nodded once, with the economy of someone for whom approval was a considered act rather than a social gesture. "Good," she said. "It's been a long time coming." He walked her to Ichiraku because it was 9 in the morning and he was hungry and because Tuchi's ramen had a specific restorative quality that he'd found applied to most categories of significant situation. She sat across from him and ordered tea and watched him eat with the expression of someone running a thorough assessment and finding the results satisfactory. "How long have you known?" he asked between bowls. "About what I am?" "Since I was 8. She wrapped both hands around her tea. "My grandmother told me." Her grandmother told her. There was an unbroken line of telling in my family, not the Uzumaki line, a separate branch. We came from the Western Territories originally, before the consolidation. She paused. We have been, careful, for a very long time. Staying small. Staying quiet. Not because we were afraid, but because we were waiting. For what? For someone to open the archive. She looked at him calmly. The archives test doesn't just give the recipient the bloodline memory. It sends a signal to every living Getsumei with sufficient activation depth. A resonance. Like a bell being rung. She tilted her head. You felt it when you came out of the water. He had. He remembered it, the sense of something sent outward, the Getsumei pulse expanding beyond himself for a moment. He'd assumed it was the archive seals releasing. That was a signal. A very old one. Built into the architecture by whoever designed the test. She drank her tea. It means the bloodline has a living alpha again. A fully activated one who carries the primary line. She looked at him over the rim of the cup. Most of us have been waiting for that signal for 2 generations. Most of us, he said. How many? Those who answered the summons immediately. 11, including myself. Those who will come when they're ready. More. She set the cup down. Those who don't know yet, who are dormant, who have been suppressed, that number I won't guess at. 11. He sat with the number. Not as a tactical quantity but as people, 11 lives shaped around the absence of the thing that should have been their heritage, 11 different versions of waking up in a world that had been systematically arranged against your existence. The summons, he said. I didn't send one. The archive did. She almost smiled. It was a small expression, efficient, but genuine. You were the mechanism. The archive used you to broadcast the signal. Whether you intended it or not, you called a gathering. Naruto put down his chopsticks. When? They're already coming. They arrived over 3 days in 1s and 2s, by every route into Konoha that existed, using the kinds of cover that people who had spent lifetimes being careful about their existence were expert at deploying. A traveling merchant from the land of Earth with a chakra signature that read as standard civilian until you were close enough to feel the deep current underneath. A pair of brothers from a fishing village on the coast who moved with the unconscious physical precision that Naruto now recognized as the Getsumei body working correctly. A young woman barely older than him who arrived by herself from the land of wind with no explanation of how she'd crossed 300 kilometers of desert in 4 days and who looked at Naruto when she arrived with the expression of someone who'd been running towards something for a very long time and had finally found it. Tsunade watched the arrivals from her window with an expression that was not alarm, exactly, but the version of professional vigilance that was alarm's more experienced cousin. 11, she said when Naruto came to update her on the second day. 12 now. The merchant arrived this morning. And they're all, Getsumei. All active or near active. All connected to the bloodline through branches I can trace using the archive memory. He sat down. None of them are threats. They're not here for politics or leverage. They're here because the signal went out. She looked at him. You understand what a gathering of this nature looks like from the outside. A security risk, he said. I know. I'm asking you to trust the assessment I'm giving you instead of the one that suggests the worst interpretation. He held her gaze. These are people who have been surviving in isolation or in hiding for their entire lives. The fact that they answered the signal at all means they trust that whoever sent it is safe to move toward. Responding to that trust with containment is, I know what it is, she said, and there was something sharp in her voice, not at him but at the history that made the observation necessary. I'll tell the gate teams they're guests of the Hokage office. She looked at the window. Where are you housing them? Kakashi found a guest complex in the North Residential District. Unoccupied since the last Chunin exam. He paused. Shirogane has been useful. He knows most of them already, at least by documentation. He's been managing the introductions. Has he? He's been appropriate. He said it carefully. He understands his role in this has shifted. She made a sound that was not quite acceptance and not quite skepticism and contained elements of both. Keep me updated. The gathering happened on the evening of the third day, in the guest complex's main hall, which Kakashi had quietly ensured was not under standard surveillance, not because there was anything to hide, but because some things needed to happen in a space that wasn't being recorded, assessed, or reported on in real time. Naruto walked in and stood at one end of the room, and 12 people looked at him. He knew their names. He'd made sure of that, not from Shiragene's files, but from actually talking to each of them. Sable from the Land of Waves, 63 and Careful. The brothers from the coast, Hiro and Mako, mid-30s, fishermen who developed an inexplicable reputation for reading weather better than any instrument. The young woman from the Wind Country, Aika, 19, who had run across a desert alone and arrived looking like she'd done something routine. The merchant from the Land of Earth, a man named Sora who was 47 and had built an entire trade network as cover and hadn't decided yet whether to be amused or irritated by how long it had taken for this moment to happen. Kana, who had been in a basement in the Land of Rain 2 weeks ago and was now sitting at a table in Konoha with the specific posture of someone who was still adjusting to the idea that the world contained rooms they were welcome in. 8 others, ranging from barely activated to deeply integrated, from every territory in the known world, connected by a thread of blood so old it predated the geopolitical structures that had made them strangers. Shirogane was in the room too, standing against the far wall, separate from the gathering in a way that was deliberate and honest. He'd positioned himself as observer rather than participant, which was the correct call and the one Naruto had trusted him to make. "I'm not going to make a speech," Naruto said. Sable's expression moved in what was probably her version of a smile. "I don't know most of you well enough to say the things that should be said here, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise." He looked at the faces around the room. "What I know is the archive, and what I know is what my mother left me, and what I know is that every person in this room has been carrying something alone that they shouldn't have had to carry alone." He paused. "That stops now." The room was quiet in the particular way that quiet becomes when people stop bracing for disappointment. The covenant is restored to the Konoha legal record. That's the first step, not the last. It means legal protection within Fire Country's jurisdiction, which is not the same as the broader recognition we need. That will take longer. He looked at Sora, the merchant, whose operational territory covered 3 countries. "I'm not going to promise a timeline I can't back up. What I can tell you is that I'm not interested in doing this quietly." "Meaning," Hiro said, the older of the brothers, with a directness that Naruto appreciated. "Meaning the goal is full acknowledgement. Not a protected enclave, not a classified bloodline designation in a restricted archive, not a quiet arrangement with individual villages." He felt the Getsumei pulse moving in double rhythm, steady and unambiguous. The covenant was a recognition of sovereignty. "I want that recognition to mean something real." Aika, who had not spoken yet, said from her seat, "What does that require?" "It requires that each of you make a choice about how visible you want to be." He held her gaze. "I'm not asking for uniformity. Some of you have lives that a public acknowledgement would complicate. Some of you have families who don't know. Some of you have been operating in contexts where the bloodline has been your quiet advantage and you want to keep it that way." He looked around the room. "That's your right. The gathering isn't about assigning roles. It's about establishing that you have the choice." "And those who want visibility?" Sable asked. "I'll stand with you." He said it simply. Every step. The room held its quality for a moment longer. Then Mako, the younger brother, said something to Hiro in a dialect Naruto didn't recognize, and Hiro responded, and whatever passed between them resolved into a slow nod. Kana looked at her hands, the hands she'd been hiding in a sealed basement for 4 years, and turned them palm up on the table as if she was checking that they were still there. Sora, the merchant, leaned back in his chair and said, "The trade network I've built crosses 5 major routes. If we need to move people or information, not yet," Naruto said. "First the foundation. Then the architecture. Sora considered this, nodded with the measured approval of a businessman who had heard a reasonable assessment. They talked for 3 hours. Not formally, the gathering wasn't a council, didn't have parliamentary structure, didn't run by any process that the administrative buildings of any village would have recognized. It was closer to the communal decision-making that the Covenant described as the original Getsumei structure, a conversation with weight, where everyone spoke once they had something to say and no one spoke to fill silence. Naruto participated as a member of it rather than its director, which was both the honest approach and the strategically correct one. By the end they had the bones of something, not an organization, not a formal body, but an understanding. A way of finding each other. A commitment to the carriers who hadn't been found yet. A shared position on the Covenant that each of them, in their own territories, would begin moving toward in whatever way their circumstances allowed. Shirogane, at the end of it, said nothing. Just watched. And Naruto, reading him from across the room, found something in the man's expression that he hadn't found there before, not grief, not the 20-year burning ambition, not the route-trained calculated patience. Something that looked like rest. The village felt different the next morning, though Naruto couldn't have said exactly how to external observation. The gathering had produced no visible change, no announcement, no public ceremony, nothing that would appear in any official record beyond the council session's documentation. But the 12 Getsumei presences distributed through the North Residential Complex had a quality that moved through Naruto's awareness like weather moving through a valley, and he could feel the village's own ambient energy responding to it in small ways, the Inuzuka dog settling into a particular attentiveness that spoke of pack instinct recognizing something adjacent to itself. The birds sitting differently in the trees near the complex, the overall register of the place shifted slightly. In a direction that had no administrative name. Sasuke noticed it at breakfast. "The gathering is over," he said. "Not a question. Last night. And it's the right kind of beginning." Naruto ate. A lot of patience in that room. People who've spent a long time waiting for something to be what it was supposed to be. He paused. "It's strange, I expected the emotional weight of it to be heavier. 12 people who've been carrying isolation and suppression and the fundamental wrongness of not knowing what you are, I expected the room to feel like that. And it didn't. It felt like relief." He looked at his bowl. "Like pressure equalizing. Like the way it feels when you've been holding your breath and someone tells you it's okay to breathe." He glanced at Sasuke. "Is that?" "Yes," Sasuke said. "That's what it is." His voice had the flat quality it used when the thing he was responding to was close enough to his own experience that he didn't want to over-explain it. Naruto heard it and let it be. They were quiet for a moment, the comfortable quiet of people who didn't need to fill space. "Shirogane," Sasuke said. "What about him?" "He's still here. He's waiting to see what comes next." Naruto put down his chopsticks. "He's been running a parallel operation for 20 years on the strength of his own conviction that no one else was going to do this right. Watching someone else do it right in real time it's an adjustment." "Is it an adjustment or a recalibration?" Naruto thought about it. "Both. He's figuring out where he belongs in a version of this that isn't his version." He paused. "He has information we need. Historical documentation, contacts, the 11-year research base. He's not going to be a problem. He's going to be useful in ways that take a while to fully land." Sasuke looked at him. "You trust him?" "I trust what he's built more than I trust his instincts." He picked up the chopsticks again. The instincts were shaped by root. The work was shaped by grief. The grief is honest. He shrugged. "I can work with honest." "High bar," Sasuke said, dry. "I'm a generous man." Sasuke said nothing, which was the appropriate response to that sentence. The alert came at midday. Not a standard mission alert, not the administrative channels, not Tsunade's messenger birds, not the ANBU notification system. It came through Kakashi, who appeared at Naruto's shoulder in the market square with the particular quality of presence that meant he'd crossed 3 city blocks in under a minute and was being deliberately calm about something that warranted the opposite. "Walk with me," Kakashi said. They walked. 3 of the council members who voted against the covenant restoration made separate visits to an unauthorized communication relay in the South Residential District this morning, Kakashi said, his voice conversational, his pace unhurried. The relay was one of Danzo's residual infrastructure pieces. We've known about it for 2 years and left it in place to monitor traffic. And this morning it had traffic. Heavy traffic. Encoded, root cipher, 2nd generation variant. He glanced at Naruto. The decryption took 2 hours. The content is, a request for asset deployment. Naruto felt the Getsumei pulse shift. Not with fear. With the specific attunement of a predator registering that the situation had changed categories. Asset deployment against what? Against the gathering. The 12 individuals currently in the North Residential Complex. Kakashi's voice stayed level. The request cites them as unregistered bloodline threats operating within sovereign Konoha territory, exploiting the political influence of a Jinchuriki to circumvent proper security review. Who received the request? That's the question. He paused. The relay transmitted outward. Not to anyone inside Konoha, outside. The cipher signature on the receiving end matches a format Danzo's network used for external contractors. Shiragene's former organization, Naruto said. Or someone who acquired the cipher after Danzo's death. Kakashi stopped walking. They were in a quiet lane, no foot traffic, the ambient noise of the market a street over providing its own privacy. I want to be clear about what I'm telling you. The 3 council members have triggered an external response to a domestic political situation. That's not dissent or opposition, that's a request for an outside action against people under Konoha's roof. Naruto looked at him steadily. When does the response arrive? Based on transit times for the regions the cipher signature suggests, 12 hours. Maybe less. And the 3 council members? Tsunade is handling them. His tone on this was final and carried no elaboration, which meant Tsunade was handling them in a way that was legally sound and thoroughly unpleasant and didn't require Naruto's involvement. What I need from you is your assessment of the external response. Because you can read something about what's coming that I can't, and I want that information before tonight. Naruto closed his eyes. He extended his senses outward, not passively, not the ambient reception he'd been running constantly since the bloodline woke, but actively, directional, the way you could focus hearing when you were trying to isolate a specific sound from background noise. He pushed southeast, where the cipher traffic had been routing. He pushed through the layered sensory information of the city and the countryside beyond it, past the south gate, across the farmland, into the tree lines of the outer fire country territories, and he looked for what didn't belong. He found it 40 kilometers out. Not 12 hours away. 4. A group moving through the forest with the specific quality of shinobi who had been told to move without signature and had deployed every available counter-detection measure, chakra suppression, scent masking, the minimum possible footprint. They were very good. Under any normal detection methodology they wouldn't have registered until they were at the walls. The Getsumei senses were not a normal detection methodology. They're 40 kilometers southeast, he said, opening his eyes. Moving through the outer forest. Approximately 18 people, full suppression deployment. He paused. And they have something with them. What kind of something? He held the distant signal in his awareness, trying to characterize it. It had the constructed frequency quality of Shiragene's device, but larger, more distributed, not a single contained prototype but something expanded, scaled, the synthesis applied to more material with less precision and less safety consideration. The kind of thing you built when you had the blueprint and didn't have the constraints. A weaponized version of the device, he said. Multiple units. What Shiragene's prototype would look like if someone decided the instability was a feature rather than a problem. Kakashi was quiet for exactly 2 seconds. Shirogane. Not his people. Someone who had the blueprint. He thought through it. The relay cipher, the construction method, someone inside the Danzo network acquired enough of Shirogane's research to replicate the device at scale. They didn't build it to preserve the bloodline. They built it to deploy as a weapon. Against the Gathering. Against Konoha. The Gathering is the pretext. He looked at Kakashi. If you weaponize the Getsumei activation and deploy it in an urban environment against a group of bloodline carriers in the middle of a major village, the destabilization alone, it's an argument, Kakashi said quietly. Proof of concept. The Getsumei bloodline is dangerous, uncontrollable, a threat to the village that sheltered it. His voice had gone cold with understanding. The council members didn't just trigger an attack. They triggered a narrative. One that justifies reversing the covenant restoration. Naruto felt the clean anger moving through him, hot and purposeful. They need the attack to happen inside the village walls. Then we don't let it reach the walls. Naruto nodded once. I'll take it outside, he said. Send me alone. Kakashi looked at him. Naruto, if I bring a squad, it's a village engagement. If I go alone, it's a jonin intercepting a border incursion. He held Kakashi's gaze. I can read 18 people in full suppression from 40 kilometers. I can track every individual in that group simultaneously through any terrain. And I am not going to break a sweat doing it. A pause. You're going to do this whether I authorize it or not, Kakashi said. I'm telling you first as a courtesy, Naruto said, which was honest. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment with both eyes, the covered Sharingan and the regular, doing their respective work. Then he said, take Sasuke. He's faster than he thinks. I need backup. Take him anyway. I'll feel better. Done. He found Sasuke at the training ground, as expected, because Sasuke had a sixth sense for when things were about to get interesting that Naruto had long since stopped trying to explain rationally. South Forest, Naruto said. I know. He was already moving. I felt the change in your chakra 10 minutes ago. We're intercepting 18 operatives with weaponized Getsumei devices before they reach the village. How many devices? At least 6. Probably more. Sasuke considered this as they moved through the South Residential District, the foot traffic parting around them without most people consciously registering why. The devices will respond to your bloodline. Everything Getsumei responds to the primary line. The artificial versions even more so, they don't have the discrimination of a natural bloodline. The resonance is stronger because they're less stable. He felt them in his awareness, growing closer as he and Sasuke moved south, the constructed frequency building in his chest like a dissonant second pulse fighting for space with his own. I can use that. How? I'll show you when we get there. The outer forest south of Konoha was old growth, dense and dark even in midday, the canopy high and the undergrowth layered in the way of places that hadn't been cleared or cultivated, that had simply been left alone long enough to become fully themselves. Naruto and Sasuke moved through the upper canopy at the pace that was natural to both of them when they weren't moderating for anyone else, fast and silent and entirely comfortable, the tree branches reading under their feet as clearly as a road. He felt the group below at 15 kilometers. At 10. At 5. At 3 kilometers he stopped. Sasuke stopped beside him. The 18 operatives were below and ahead, moving in a staggered line formation with a rear element and a forward scout pair, the devices distributed through the group in carriers that he could identify by the specific radiating frequency. Professional deployment. People who'd been trained well and briefed thoroughly and given equipment they believed in. The devices respond to proximity, Naruto said quietly. The closer I get, the stronger the resonance. The artificial activation pulls toward the natural bloodline. It's the same reason Hiroko responded to Shirogane's prototype even though she was dormant. The biological material in them is oriented. He looked at Sasuke. If I let the resonance build instead of suppressing it, the devices will activate toward me rather than requiring external triggering. They detonate, Sasuke said. Not if I control the frequency. He flexed his hands. I can feel each device individually. I can feed them the Getsumei signal at the specific rate that overloads the synthesis without triggering the unstable cascade. He paused. Like disarming them by being what they're pretending to be. Sasuke looked at him for a moment. That requires you to hold 18 separate simultaneous frequency interactions at precise individual rates while dealing with 18 trained operatives in a combat environment. Yes. And you're going to tell me that's manageable. I'm going to tell you that's straightforward. He met Sasuke's gaze. Cover the forward elements. The rear element and the device carriers are mine. A beat. Don't get cocky. I'm never cocky. I'm accurate. The Sharingan activated, both Tomo spinning, reading the situation below with the full depth of what that I could see. Sasuke looked for 5 seconds, mapping it, cataloging the positions and chakra signatures and movement patterns. Then he put it away. Ready. They dropped out of the canopy. Naruto hit the forest floor and let the Getsumei presence come entirely to the surface, not selectively, not with the calibrated partial expression he'd been using in social contexts, but completely, the way it felt in the archive test and on the rooftop and in the ocean crossing. The full measure of what he was, present and unmistakable, poured into the air around him like light through a broken seal. The 18 operatives stopped. The devices responded. He felt all 6 of them simultaneously the way he felt his own heartbeat, clearly, individually, with the specific signature of each distinguishable from the others. He reached into each one with the bloodline frequency, not physically, not with his hands, but with the extension of the Getsumei signal that the archive had made fully operable, and he began the process of feeding each device exactly the rate of resonance that would burn through its synthetic material cleanly rather than explosively. The forward scout pair had recovered from the initial stop and were moving toward him. Sasuke materialized between them and the result was brief and conclusive, and Naruto didn't watch it because he was busy. The rear element charged. 6 of them, coordinated, the kind of coordinated rush that was designed to overwhelm a single target through simultaneous angles. Naruto moved through them without stopping the frequency work, body work, pure and simple, the Getsumei physicality applied to shinobi technique in the way he'd been experimenting with all week, every movement reading the incoming attack a half second before it landed, the speed differential meaning that none of them touched him and several of them touched the ground harder than they'd intended to. He didn't knock anyone out. He didn't need to. He was holding their attention. The devices were his actual objective. The first device carrier, a woman in the middle formation, felt her equipment go dead and looked at it with the specific panic of someone whose weapon has just become inert and they don't know why. The second carrier, 20 meters to the right, same moment. Third and fourth in quick succession. The group's formation broke. Not because of Sasuke, who had efficiently neutralized the forward scouts and was now managing the left flank with the contained precision of a man who viewed combat as problem-solving. Not because of Naruto's physical engagement with the rear element. Because the devices they'd been sent to deploy had stopped being devices and started being dead weight, and the operational certainty that had held the group's cohesion together had just been removed. The leader, Naruto identified him by the heartbeat pattern of someone making decisions for others, always slightly more elevated than the people around him, always the one whose rhythm changed when circumstances changed, pulled back and reassessed. Naruto walked toward him. The 5th device died. He felt the 6th in the leader's chest carrier and left it for last, addressing the man directly instead. You were sent from Danzo's external network, Naruto said, not slowing down. The leader was a Jonin-class operative, the kind with enough experience to hold position under significant pressure. He was holding position now, barely, the calculated cost-benefit of engaging Naruto running in real time behind his eyes. The council members who triggered your deployment have already been removed from their positions. Not technically accurate yet, but close enough to true that the distinction was academic. The operation is over. The devices are inert. He stopped 5 meters from the man. All 6. They were responding to my bloodline signal. I burned them out remotely. He watched the man process this. Whatever you were told about deploying them, whoever described the target as a bloodline threat requiring containment, they gave you bad intelligence. The gathering in the North Complex is Konoha sanctioned. The individuals there are Hokage acknowledged guests. The leader was quiet for a moment. The calculating look behind his eyes had shifted into something more complicated, not surrender, but the reassessment of a professional who has received information that changes the picture significantly. We were told, I know what you were told. Naruto held his gaze. The people who told you were trying to use you to reverse a political decision they didn't like. That's what you were sent here to be. A pause. You can walk away from this. Right now. Take your people and go. The devices are gone. There's nothing to report back with. He tilted his head. Or you can escalate, and then we'll both spend the rest of the day on something that doesn't have to happen. Silence in the old-growth forest. The birds had gone quiet. The undergrowth was still. Sasuke stood at the edge of his peripheral vision, completely motionless, the Sharingan a slow red wheel in the shadowed canopy light. The leader looked at the dead devices. Looked at Naruto. Looked at the people behind Naruto who were on the ground, none of them seriously injured, all of them watching their leader with the specific attention of people waiting for a decision. We're withdrawing, the leader said. It happened quickly, the professional efficiency of a trained group executing a controlled retreat, no wounded left, the dead devices dropped without ceremony, the formation pulling back into the tree line. In under 2 minutes they were gone, the sound of them fading into the forest noise, the heartbeats moving south and then east and then out of Naruto's comfortable range. Sasuke appeared beside him. 6 devices, he said. All inert. Yes. You did that while fighting 12 people. 14, the forward scouts you took were already engaged. Sasuke looked at the dead devices on the forest floor. Then he looked at Naruto with the expression he used for things that had moved into the category of genuinely impressive. The frequency work, that's a Getsumei technique. It's a natural extension of the bloodline signal. The archive gave me the theory. I worked out the application this week during training. He paused. It also works on the dormant traces in people. I can feel Hiroko's trace strengthening from the medical wing every morning, the signal I'm radiating is ambient. Doesn't need to be directed. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. You're a walking activation stimulus. Apparently. That has significant implications. The archive calls it the alpha resonance. The primary line carrier radiates a signal that accelerates dormant activation in proximity bloodlines. He picked up one of the dead devices and turned it over in his hands. Which means that just by existing in the village at full expression, I've been, slowly, passively, waking up everyone with a Getsumei trace in a several kilometer radius. A beat. How large is the radius? I haven't tested the limit. He dropped the device. But based on what I've been feeling in the village since the gathering, larger than the North Residential Complex. Sasuke absorbed this. Kakashi is going to need to know. Kakashi is going to find it interesting. Tsunade is going to need to know. Tsunade is going to find it complicated. And you? Naruto looked at the forest. At the old growth, the genuine dark of it, the smell of it which was nothing like the village, rawer, simpler, the smell of things growing and decaying and continuing, the long metabolism of an ecosystem that had been running without interruption since before anyone had drawn a map of it. I find it exactly right, he said. The 3 council members were suspended pending formal review by the time Naruto and Sasuke returned, and Tsunade's office had the specific atmospheric quality it developed when she'd been in charge of something that needed to be done and had done it. She was sitting behind her desk with the expression of someone who had made several decisions in the last 2 hours that were correct, necessary, and would cause paperwork for months. The forest, she asked. Handled. She looked at him. The devices? Inert. Remotely, using the bloodline signal. He sat down. I need to tell you about the alpha resonance. She picked up her coffee, looked at it, set it down, and looked at him instead. Tell me. He told her. She listened with the full attention she brought to briefings that had direct operational implications, which this did. When he finished, she was quiet for long enough that he'd started to wonder if he should have introduced it differently. How many people in the village, she said finally. I don't know the exact number. The ones I've directly identified, Hiroko, the council member from the session, 3 others from the ANBU archives that Kakashi flagged during his investigation. Those are just the ones I can confirm. He paused. The alpha resonance is passive. I'm not directing it. It's just, ambient. Present. The way light is present. You can't turn it off. I can suppress it below the threshold of effect if I constrain the bloodline expression significantly. He held her gaze. But that would mean, doing to yourself what was done to you, she said quietly. Yes. She looked at the shelf where the Covenant scroll case sat. Looked at it for a long moment. No, she said. You don't suppress it. She said it with the finality of someone closing a door that had been open in the wrong direction. We'll document the affected individuals as they surface. We'll provide context and support. We'll treat it the way we treat any bloodline activation. She looked at him. The village will adjust. Some of them won't like it. Some of them will get used to it. She picked up her coffee again. That's what villages do. That night he went to the Hokage monument. He sat on his father's stone nose, as he had done most of his life when he needed to think, and looked out over the village that had been his whole world and was now, somehow, larger than it had been, not geographically, but in the way things are larger when you finally understand what they contain. Sable came and sat beside him. He'd felt her coming and hadn't moved, which she took as the invitation it was. They sat for a while without talking, reading the village in their respective ways, her deep integrated calm beside his wide-open newness. The gathering produces a council, she said eventually. In the old structure. The Covenant describes it, each fully activated carrier by bloodline standing. The Alpha holds the primary position. She looked at him sidelong. You know this from the archive. I know it. And I'm not interested in hierarchy for its own sake. He looked at the lights below. But I understand what the structure is for. It's not authority. It's accountability. A way of making decisions that affect everyone through a process that includes everyone. Yes. The Council of Wolves, he said. It was a translation of the Getsumei term from the Covenant, Getsumei no Hyujikai, rendered literally as Council of Moonborn but colloquially as the older, more direct form. It hasn't convened in over a century. She was quiet for a moment. It should. It will. He looked at the moon, full now, the same moon that had been full when the bloodline woke, the reliable clockwork of it above everything. When the time is right. When there are enough of us who understand what we're doing with it. He felt the gathered presences in the North Residential Complex, 12 lives with 12 histories, the faint additional traces waking throughout the village like embers catching. We're not there yet. But we will be. Sable looked at him with the luminous Getsumei eyes, steady and evaluating and ultimately satisfied. Your mother chose well, she said. Whatever method she used. He laughed, surprised out of it, a genuine laugh, short and warm. She didn't choose. She just, was what she was, and that was enough. He looked at the monument, at his father's stone face above him, at the long line of Hokage going back to the founding. That's all any of us have to do. Below them the village breathed in its sleep, and the moon moved in its arc, and in the North Residential Complex 12 people with ancient blood in their veins rested in a space that was, for the first time in most of their lives, genuinely safe. And somewhere in the south, moving toward the decision that had been building for 20 years, Shirogane sat alone with the burned remains of the device he'd destroyed that afternoon, the last piece of his parallel operation now ash, and whatever he was thinking about it, he thought about it quietly and in private and with the particular quality of a man who was figuring out what came next. The next thing that came would not be quiet. Naruto could already feel it building, 40 kilometers south and moving, the distant signature of something he hadn't encountered before, larger than the inert devices, more unstable, the Getsumei material pushed beyond every threshold Shirogane's research had considered safe. Someone hadn't sent 18 operatives. Someone had sent the operatives as a test. The real thing was still coming. He sat on his father's face and looked at the moon and let the Getsumei pulse run steady and double-timed in his chest, and he was not afraid. He was ready. Chapter 6, Born of Moon and Fire. The real thing arrived at dawn. Not with subtlety, not with the professional suppression of the advance operatives, not with the careful tradecraft of someone trying to go undetected. It arrived the way a statement arrives, loudly, deliberately, with the full intention of being heard. Naruto felt it from the Hokage monument, where he'd been sitting through the last of the night, and he felt it the way you feel a storm when it crosses from weather into something personal. 40 kilometers became 30 in the time it took him to get off the monument. 30 became 20 while he was moving through the sleeping village toward the south gate, his feet on the rooftops and then on the ground and then in the air between, the Getsumei body working at the pace it found natural when nothing was holding it back. The signal ahead of him was enormous and wrong and familiar in the worst possible way, the constructed frequency of Shirogane's research, but not the prototype, not the scaled-up multi-unit deployment from yesterday. Something else entirely. One source, Kurama said, and his voice had the quality it took on when he was doing his own assessment in parallel with Naruto's and arriving at a result that concerned him. Single carrier. But the synthesis is too large, Naruto said. Too large, too unstable, and it has been running for long enough that it has begun to develop its own architecture. A pause that lasted approximately the span of 3 rooftops. Naruto. I have felt something like this before. Not Getsumei specifically, but the quality of it, a power that was assembled rather than grown, trying to hold a shape it was not designed to hold. It does not stabilize. It escalates. I know. At full cascade, the radius of effect, I know, Kurama. I am not telling you to be careful. I am telling you that whatever is coming chose to come at dawn, toward a village full of sleeping people, which is a choice that tells you something about the person carrying it. Naruto ran. He met Sasuke at the south gate without planning to, which was not a coincidence because Sasuke had the same sixth sense for impending violence that Naruto had for people, and both senses were pointing south. I felt it an hour ago, Sasuke said, falling into step beside him without breaking stride. The Sharingan picked up the chakra displacement from the upper watch station. It's not chakra. It's the synthesis. The Sharingan reads energy. Whatever it is, it's registering. He glanced at Naruto. One person. One person carrying something that isn't designed for one person. He pushed through the gate without stopping, the gate Chunin stepping aside with the instinctive deference of someone who reads the air around a moving person and makes correct decisions very quickly. The research Shirogane built, the device, the 11 years of documentation, someone used it to attempt something the research explicitly said was impossible. A full artificial transformation. Yes. Shirogane said that was structural failure territory. He said the device was. He never had the opportunity to test what happened when you applied the synthesis directly to a human carrier without containment. Naruto looked south, the dawn light coming up in thin orange bands behind the tree line, the signal ahead of him resolving with each step into more specific detail. Someone decided to find out. Sasuke was quiet for a moment. Then, who? Naruto had been working on that question for the last 40 minutes, running the possibilities through the bloodline memory and the Covenant's historical record and the picture Shirogane's files had assembled. The answer kept arriving at the same place, and he kept checking it against the evidence, and the evidence kept confirming it. The leader from yesterday, he said. The operatives I let walk away. You think he didn't walk away? I think he walked away and then kept going south to wherever they were staged, and he had the device blueprints in his possession, and he had the biological material, and he had 20 years of external network resources to draw on. He paused. I think he looked at what I did to 6 devices remotely and decided the only way to complete the operation was to become the weapon himself. Why? Naruto thought about the man's heartbeat in the forest. The leader rhythm, the decision calculus running in real time, the assessment of Naruto moving across his face. He'd read it as professional withdrawal. He'd been reading for the wrong thing. Because he's Getsumei, he said. Dormant. The device is activated toward me because of the bloodline resonance, the same mechanism that pulled Hiroko to the prototype. He felt it in the forest. The alpha signal hitting his dormant trace. He breathed in the dawn air, reading it. He's been dormant his whole life in a root-adjacent network that used the suppression compound as standard operating procedure. And then he spent 48 hours carrying 6 devices built from Getsumei biological material while the alpha signal was broadcasting across a 20-kilometer radius. The resonance activated him. Partially. Enough for him to feel what his bloodline was supposed to be and understand that someone had been keeping it from him deliberately. He felt the signal ahead sharpen, the distance closing. And then he made the wrong choice about what to do with that anger. Understandable choice, Sasuke said. Not forgiving. Just accurate. Completely understandable. He didn't say it with sentimentality. And I'm still going to stop him. They found him 3 kilometers south of the gate, in the cleared land between the outer forest edge and the village's agricultural perimeter, and what Naruto saw when he came over the last rise stopped him for exactly 2 seconds before he was moving again. The man had been large in the forest. He was something else now. The artificial transformation was working, that was the first thing, the thing that surprised him, because Shirogane had been categorical about it being impossible. But working and stable were different categories, and what was happening to the man's body was the former without the latter. He was 8 feet tall and built along the lines of the wolf shape that the archive's carved panels depicted, the genuine Getsumei form, but the constructed synthesis couldn't hold the shape cleanly, and every few seconds the transformation stuttered, dropped a fraction, corrected itself with the specific violence of a system overcompensating for instability. It was like watching a river run backward. The man was in pain. That was also clear, in the way pain is clear on a body that has been pushed so far beyond its operating parameters that it has stopped trying to conceal the signals. His breathing was audible from 200 meters. His movements had the quality of controlled desperation, the will driving the body harder than the body was meant to go. He turned when he felt Naruto. His eyes had the blown-wide quality of forced activation, not the luminous adapted depth of a natural Getsumei awakening but something rawer, the irises almost entirely eclipsed. But there was a person behind them. Still present. Still making decisions. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. His voice had the distortion of the transformation working against his vocal architecture, but the words were clear. I don't know your name, Naruto said. A pause. Something moved through the blown-wide eyes that was almost a wry expression. Kenji, he said. I've been Kenji for 37 years and a root designation for 15. Kenji. He stopped 30 meters out. How long has the synthesis been running? 6 hours. Naruto felt Kurama's assessment land in him like a stone in still water. 6 hours at this instability threshold meant the biological material was already degrading faster than the synthesis could compensate. The cascade window, the point past which controlled shutdown was impossible, was measurable in minutes. You know what's happening to your body right now, Naruto said. Yes. And you came here anyway. I came here, Kenji said, and the distortion in his voice had something underneath it that Naruto's new senses read clearly. Something that was not rage and not fear but the specific tonality of a person who has decided that the most important thing they can do is be understood, Because someone needed to demonstrate what the Getsumei bloodline becomes when it is weaponized by people who don't carry it and don't understand it and have never been accountable for what they did with it. Silence. The dawn birds had stopped calling. Danzo's people built this from my bloodline's biological material, Naruto said quietly. Not yours. From all of us. Everyone they found and suppressed and extracted from over 40 years. His voice had steadied slightly, the pain note still present but the words coming more cleanly. My trace was suppressed for 15 years by a compound built specifically to contain the Getsumei. My children, he stopped. A breath. My daughter activated 3 months ago. She's 19. She went through it alone because I didn't have the language to explain what was happening to her. Because Danzo's people took that language from me when I was 12. Naruto was quiet. The gathering in your village, Kenji continued. The covenant restoration. I know about it. We knew, the external network, the people I've been embedded with for 15 years, we knew it was happening and the people giving me orders said it was a threat that needed to be answered. He looked at Naruto with the blown wide eyes. And I came here to be the answer, and then I stood in that forest and felt your signal and it was, he stopped again. Something cracked in his voice and was controlled again. It was the first time in 37 years that the dormant thing in my blood felt like it belonged to me. Naruto took a step forward. Don't, Kenji said. The cascade radius. If I lose control of this, you're not going to lose control. He took another step. I'm going to help you. The synthesis is past I know what the synthesis is past. I can feel every thread of it from here. Another step. The constructed frequency was enormous, this close, pressing against his chest like a wall, the Getsumei material in the synthesis screaming for the natural frequency it had been separated from. The cascade happens when the synthesis has nothing stable to reference. I'm the reference. He kept his voice completely level. I'm going to walk up to you and I'm going to put my hands on you and I'm going to give the synthesis the Getsumei signal at the rate it needs to wind down cleanly. The same way I burned the devices out yesterday, but in reverse. That's not, Shiragene's research says. Shiragene's research didn't account for a fully activated alpha line. He was 15 meters away. The synthesis responds to the primary bloodline. I can drive it or I can still it. I've been doing it all week in small ways and you felt one of the large ways yesterday in the forest. Kenji looked at him. The transformation stuttered badly, the shape dropping and correcting with a sound like stressed metal. The pain in his face was total. Why would you? I came here to. I know why you came here, Naruto said, 10 meters out. You came here because you were furious and you were right to be furious and someone handed you a weapon and told you it was justice. He didn't slow down. It's not justice. It's what they do, take the thing that belongs to us and turn it into something that hurts us. 5 meters. Your daughter is 19. She activated alone because you didn't have the language. He held Kenji's gaze. She doesn't have to stay alone. Neither do you. 3 meters. Kenji looked at him and the blown wide eyes had something in them that was the worst kind of hope, the kind that has been disappointed so many times it arrives dressed as disbelief because that's safer. Naruto put his hands on him anyway. The synthesis hit him like a wall of noise. Not painful, nothing the bloodline did to him was painful, but enormous, the forced activation energy pressing against his Getsumei signal in every direction, the biological material desperate for a natural frequency it had never had, the whole structure of the artificial transformation running on sheer will rather than architecture and beginning to come apart at the joins. He felt Kurama behind him, present and deliberate, pushing restorative warmth into his system without instruction, doing exactly what was needed without commentary, and Naruto took that warmth and the Getsumei signal and the full depth of what the archive had given him and he pushed back. Not against the synthesis. Into it. The natural frequency of the primary bloodline entering the artificial structure the way water enters dry ground, not displacing, not fighting, just filling. The synthesis grabbed onto it immediately, the frantic overcorrection of the instability reducing as the reference point landed, the constructed activation finding something real to orient against. Naruto held the signal absolutely steady and let the synthesis wind itself down around it, thread by thread, the enormous forced shape releasing layer by layer. Kenji's body began to return to itself. It was not fast. The 6 hours of running synthesis had left marks, the chakra network scorched along the forced channels the same way Hiroko's had been, the biological material burned through, the physical strain of holding a transformation that required ongoing structural violence to maintain. Naruto held the signal for 7 minutes, standing with his hands on Kenji's shoulders while the man came back to human scale and human proportion and human pain, and he did not let go for any of it. Behind him he could feel Sasuke, still, watchful, doing the calculation that Sasuke always did in situations like this, the assessment of what needed to happen if this went wrong, the preparation he maintained as a matter of professional standard. But Sasuke's heartbeat was steady. Not alarmed. He'd made his own assessment of the outcome somewhere in the second minute. When it was done, Kenji was on his knees in the cleared ground and looked like someone who had been taken apart and put back together by a process that didn't care about comfort. The forced transformation marks were already healing, slower than Naruto's healing, the natural Getsumei factor working on a bloodline that had been dormant too long and was just now being allowed to run, but healing. Naruto crouched in front of him. Kenji looked at him. His eyes had cleared, no longer blown wide, the irises present and dark and human, with the faintest luminous quality at the edges that wasn't the device's forced activation but something else. Something waking up properly. "Your daughter," Naruto said. "Where is she?" A pause. "Land of Fire. Border village, east." His voice was raw. "Same village as Ryota." Kenji blinked. "You know Ryota." "I visited him. He's working on it." Naruto held the man's gaze. "His daughter might be yours. The timing, the location." He watched the recognition move through Kenji's face and settle into something stunned and immediate. "I didn't connect it until just now." Kenji's breath came out in a long, unsteady sound that wasn't quite a word. "We'll go together," Naruto said. "You and me and whoever else from the gathering wants to come. We'll go as a group, openly, and we'll sit with your daughter and Ryota's daughter and anyone else in that village who needs context, and we'll give it to them." He stood. Extended a hand. "But first you're going to Konoha's medical wing because your chakra network is in a state that would make Shizen say words I won't repeat." Kenji looked at the extended hand for a moment. The worst kind of hope expression had moved into something he clearly didn't have a name for yet. He took the hand. Naruto pulled him to his feet. Sasuke fell into step on Kenji's other side without being asked, and the three of them walked back toward the village in the full dawnlight, the sun fully up now, the agricultural fields on either side of the road green and immediate, the smell of morning and wet earth and distant breakfast fires coming off the village ahead. "Your operation," Naruto said to Kenji, after they'd covered 100 meters. "The external network. Who gave the orders?" "Someone who called himself Kuro." He said it with the flatness of someone using a name they know is a designation rather than a person. "I never met him directly. Communication through the relay cipher. He had Danzo's operational architecture but he wasn't Danzo, the methodology was more focused. Specific obsession with the Getsumei material." He paused. "He funded the device blueprint research. He had sources inside the council. He's been building toward this for at least a decade." "Kuro," Sasuke said. "That's not a person," Naruto said. "It's a position. Whoever holds it has the cipher, the network, the council assets." He thought about the wax token in his pocket, the one he'd been carrying since the alley. And now the council assets are gone and the devices are inert and Kenji just walked into Konoha instead of triggering a cascade event in the village perimeter. "The operation failed," Kenji said. "The operation failed," Naruto agreed. "Which means Kuro is going to do something else. Or Kuro is going to come themselves," Sasuke said. Naruto had been thinking the same thing since the second minute of the synthesis stabilization, when part of his attention had been tracking the distant signals with the full extension reach of his senses and had found something new, a presence he didn't recognize, south and west, moving with a quality that was neither operative suppressed nor civilian casual but something third, something that carried the Getsumei signal in a way that was different from every other carrier he'd encountered. Not natural. Not synthetic. Something older than either. He hadn't said it yet because he was still working out what it was. Someone is coming, he said now. Not from the network. Separate. He felt Sasuke's attention sharpen without looking at him. The Getsumei signal is different. It has the archive quality, the depth of the bloodline memory integrated over a long time. But it's wrong in the same direction as the synthesis, just more sophisticated. More sophisticated how, Sasuke said. Like someone who had the genuine bloodline and then had it altered. He worked through the sensory vocabulary. Artificially extended. The way you might extend a sealing technique beyond its natural limit by adding external components that aren't part of the original design. He paused. It's like the river metaphor. Not someone who dammed the river. Someone who tried to make it flow uphill. That's not, the bloodline doesn't work that way, Kenji said, slowly. It's not something you can add to. Correctly built, no. Naruto looked at the horizon southwest. Incorrectly built, with 20 years of Getsumei research and enough biological material and the specific obsession of someone who believes they can engineer heritage, maybe. Silence. Kuro came personally, Sasuke said. I think so. And they're Getsumei. Partially. Forcibly. In a way that's been running much longer than 6 hours and has produced something, he searched for the word. Coherent but wrong. The way a building can be structurally sound and architecturally wrong simultaneously. They were at the gate. He handed Kenji off to the gate medics who had been alerted by a runner Sasuke had sent ahead without announcing it, the specific quiet efficiency of a man who did logistics the way he did everything else, without making it visible, and turned south. How long? Sasuke said. 2 hours. Maybe 3. He looked at the morning. Enough time. For what? For everything that needs to happen before they arrive. He looked at Sasuke. Get Shirogane. He needs to be there for this. He knows this person. Sasuke went without asking why, which was one of the things about him that Naruto would never stop being grateful for. He was in Tsunade's office in 4 minutes and out in 10, having delivered the update with the same speed and directness he'd been using all morning, and Tsunade had listened with the focused urgency of someone who had been building a response protocol in the back of her mind since the South Forest operation and was now activating it. The gathering in the North Complex, she said. Sable can manage them. She understands what's coming. He was already moving toward the door. Kuro is the person who has been running this operation from the beginning. They're not a general, they're the architect. When the architect shows up personally, it's because the plan has been exhausted and they're moving to contingency. Which is? Me, he said. The contingency was always me. A fully activated Getsumei Alpha line is the only thing in the current world that changes the bloodline's political standing permanently and irrevocably. They can reverse council decisions, they can suppress documentation, they can run operations against isolated carriers. They cannot suppress an alpha. He paused at the door. They need to either recruit me or remove me. And I'm not recruitable. Tsunade looked at him. Which means this ends today. He held her gaze. I'm going to go meet them outside the village. This doesn't happen inside the walls. Her expression was the one she used when she disagreed with a decision and recognized it was the right one. I'll have response teams on standby at the south gate. I won't need them. I know. They're for my peace of mind. He almost smiled. Fair enough. Shirogane was waiting outside the building, which meant Sasuke had found him fast or he'd already been coming, and Naruto suspected the latter. The man's heartbeat had the quality of someone who had been waiting for a specific thing to arrive and had felt it arrive. "You know who's coming," Naruto said. Shirogane looked at him. The composed exterior was present but thinner than usual, the grief frequency running higher than he'd heard it before. "I've known for years," he said. "I didn't know for certain until you described the signal." "Tell me." "His name is Mori. He was Danzo's chief research operative on the Getsumei suppression program. The one who developed the chakra suppression compound." He paused. "He was also Getsumei. A branch line. Fully dormant when Danzo found him at 14, activated under controlled conditions as part of the research program, Danzo wanted someone who understood the bloodline from inside the biology." His voice had gone very flat. "What Danzo did to me was systematic and prolonged. What he did to Mori was clinical. He used the activation process as research. He documented it. He modified it. By the time Mori's activation was complete, it had been so extensively altered in the process that the result was what you're describing. Coherent but wrong. The bloodline working, but working in a framework that Danzo built rather than the one the heritage provides." He looked south. "Mori has been fully transformed for 15 years. Not in the wolf shape, in a hybrid state that the modification locked in place. He can't shift back. He can't shift further." A pause. "He's been in a state of permanent partial transformation for 15 years, managing it with the suppression compound from the inside, and he has been, I believe the accurate word is desperate, for a solution." Naruto stood with this for a moment. Felt the approach of that coherent but wrong signal, 2 hours out, the specific quality of it more legible now with the context Shirogane had given. The bloodline working in the wrong framework. The permanent partial state. The desperation of someone who had been in the middle of a transformation for 15 years with no way forward and no way back. "He thinks I can fix it," he said. "He thinks the primary alpha line has the signal depth to either complete his transformation or reverse it. Break the locked state." Shirogane met his gaze. "He may be right. And the operation? The council assets. The devices. Kenji. Building pressure. Creating conditions where you'd have to choose between engaging with him or letting the situation escalate beyond control. He never intended the devices to be used inside the village. He intended them to be neutralized by you, demonstrably, publicly, as proof that your alpha signal worked at operational scale." He paused. "He's been engineering your demonstration." The full picture assembled itself with the clean efficiency of information finding its correct arrangement. Not a monster. Not a cartoonishly motivated villain. A man who had been used as a research instrument at 14 and had spent 30 years building the most indirect possible way to ask the person who might help him to please do so. "He could have just asked," Naruto said. "He didn't know if you were real," Shirogane said quietly. "He's been building toward the possibility of a fully activated alpha for 15 years and the possibility becoming actual." He paused. "Hope is a difficult thing to bring directly to someone when you've been wrong about it before." Naruto breathed in. The morning air was full and clear and he held it. "All right," he said. "Let's go meet him." They went south, Naruto, Sasuke, Shirogane, moving through the outer fields and into the forest, following the approach signal. No Anbu tail, which Tsunade had agreed to reluctantly. No suppression, no concealment. Naruto let the alpha resonance run completely open, broadcasting at full depth, giving the approaching signal the clearest possible return. Mori stepped out of the tree line at a kilometer's distance and stopped. He was tall. The permanent partial transformation had added height and mass that made him large even by combat shinobi standards, with the specific quality of someone who had been managing something for so long that the management had become indistinguishable from the person. His hands had the Getsumei darkening in the nails, deepened past Naruto's own into something more definitive. His eyes had the luminance but not the depth, the blown-wide quality of forced activation, but stable, 15 years of stability built around an artificial constraint. He looked at Naruto across a kilometer of open forest and went completely still. Naruto kept walking toward him. At 500 meters he could feel the locked transformation in clear detail, the Getsumei signal present and strong but running in a circuit, unable to complete in either direction, the Danzo-built framework holding it in a state that was neither human nor fully shifted. It was not painful anymore, he thought. Mori had been in it long enough to normalize the experience. But it was wrong in the way a held breath is wrong, survivable indefinitely, unbearable eventually. At 200 meters Mori said, in a voice that was entirely controlled, I expected you to come with ANBU. I don't need ANBU. No. His gaze moved over Naruto with an assessment that was not hostile, cataloging, the way a researcher catalogs. Your activation is complete. The archive test. I felt the signal from 3 countries away. He looked at Shirogane, who had stopped 20 meters back. Something passed between them, not warm, not cold, the specific acknowledgement of 2 people who have known each other for a long time in complicated circumstances. Then back to Naruto. You know what I am. Yes. And you know what I came here for. Yes. Then you know I'm not here to fight you. I know. Naruto stopped 10 meters from him. You're here because 15 years ago Danzo broke something in your bloodline that you don't have the tools to fix, and the only tool that might work is standing in front of you. He held Mori's gaze. And you spent years engineering a situation where I'd have to demonstrate the alpha signal at full operational depth so you'd know the tool actually existed before you asked for help. Mori was quiet for a long moment. The controlled exterior had the specific quality of someone who has prepared for a great many versions of a conversation and has encountered a version they didn't prepare for. You're not angry, he said. It was not quite a question. I'm angry at the people who did this to you, Naruto said. Not at you for the choices you made trying to survive it. Something shifted in Mori's face. It was brief and quickly controlled, but Naruto's full-spectrum senses caught it completely. The crack in a 15-year wall, the specific sound of someone's composure giving way at the join that had always been weakest. I ran Danzo's program for 8 years after my own activation, Mori said. His voice had gone quieter. I developed the suppression compound. I identified and suppressed 6 carriers in that time. I am aware of what that means. I know. You can't simply, this isn't something that resolves cleanly. No, Naruto agreed. But it starts somewhere. He extended both hands, palms up, the same gesture he'd used with Kenji. Let me look at what Danzo built in you. Let me see if the alpha signal can break the lock. Mori looked at the extended hands for a long time. Behind Naruto, Sasuke was perfectly still. Shirogane hadn't moved. The forest was quiet around all of them, the morning birds back, the breeze carrying the smell of pine and deep earth and the distant village. Mori put his hands in Naruto's. What Danzo had done to Mori's bloodline was not simple and reversing it was not simple and Naruto did not pretend otherwise at any point during the hour that followed. The locked transformation was built into Mori's chakra network at a foundational level, not overlaid but integrated, the 15 years of it becoming structural in the way that any long-term condition becomes structural, the body adapting around the problem in ways that were sometimes helpful and sometimes made the underlying problem harder to address. Naruto worked through it the way he'd worked through the synthesis stabilization, with the alpha signal as his instrument, not forcing, not overriding, reading the structure of what was there and finding the places where the Danzo-built framework attached to the natural bloodline and could be distinguished from it. Sasuke had moved forward at the 15-minute mark, not to intervene but to provide chakra stabilization, his medical training, which he deployed with the same composed precision he brought to everything, keeping Mori's network from destabilizing while Naruto worked the deeper architecture. The collaboration had the easy quality of long partnership, no communication required beyond a glance. Kurama was present throughout, a steady deep current of experience and power, offering without instruction. This join, he said once. The Danzo architecture connects here. If you pull from the root rather than the branch, Naruto adjusted. The join released. Mori made a sound. Not of pain. The same sound Kenji had made in the forest when the signal hit his dormant trace, the involuntary response of something finding its correct orientation after a very long time in the wrong one. The transformation completed. It didn't complete toward the hybrid state that had been locked in place. It completed forward, through it, the way a river that had been dammed finally finds the level it was always trying to reach. The wolf shape, fully expressed, enormous and completely correct, the biological architecture of the Getsumei form working the way the carved archive panels depicted, clean and whole and nothing like the twisted partial state that had been Mori's existence for 15 years. He stayed in it for exactly 1 minute. Then, for the first time in 15 years, he shifted back. He stood in the forest in his human form, breathing hard, and looked at his hands. They had the Getsumei darkening, natural, present, the bloodline working as it should. He flexed his fingers, and the motion had the quality of someone relearning something they'd forgotten they knew. I can feel both directions, he said quietly. That's what it's supposed to feel like, Naruto said. Mori looked at him. The 15-year composure had been altered by the last hour into something rawer and more honest, the wall down, the person behind it visible. He was older than Naruto had initially assessed, mid-50s, the transformation's permanence having preserved a certain quality of youth in his features that resolved into full age now that it was gone. He looked like someone who had just been given back time. The 6 carriers I suppressed, he said. I know where they are. 4 of them may still be retrievable, the suppression compound's effect degrades over time if not renewed. He paused. I'll give you everything. Names, locations, methods. Whatever information I have. All right, Naruto said. And the operational infrastructure. The cipher network, the external assets, the funding chains. All of it. Kakashi will want to debrief you. Yes. He looked at Shirogane, who had come forward during the last part of it, standing now at the edge of the group with an expression that had passed through several complicated states and arrived somewhere that might, eventually, become peace. You've been running a parallel operation for 20 years, Mori said to him. Yes, Shirogane said. I've been running the original one for 15. I know. We should have, he stopped. Started again. I should have, no, Shirogane said. What was done to both of us made the obvious choice impossible. That's the point of what was done to us. He looked at Naruto. He understands that. Mori looked at Naruto. Do you? I understand it, Naruto said. I'm also going to spend a significant part of my life making sure no one does it to anyone again. He said it without drama, with the complete straightforwardness of a statement of fact. But today is for the other thing. The forward direction. Mori absorbed this. Then, with the careful economy of someone learning the grammar of a new thing, he nodded. They walked back to the village together, all 4 of them, moving through the morning fields with the sun fully established now and the agricultural workers in the distance and the village ahead with its rooftops and canal reflections and the stone faces of the Hokage monument visible above the roofline. Konoha going about its morning. Sasuke fell back half a step and came alongside Naruto, and for a moment they walked in the comfortable parallel of people who have been through something significant together and don't need to immediately process it. Done. Sasuke said. Naruto thought about the 6 suppressed carriers Mori had mentioned. The dormant traces waking through the village. Ryota's daughter in the border village. The Council of Wolves that hadn't convened yet. The Covenant restoration and everything that had to follow it. The work that Sable had described with the patience of 63 years of waiting, that Kana was beginning with the bright urgency of 22 years of isolation ended, that Kenji was starting from the ground up in a medical wing in the village ahead. Not even close, he said. But the right kind of not close. Sasuke made the almost laugh sound. Your mother would have loved all of this, he said. Not sentimentally. Just accurately. She designed most of it. Naruto looked at the village. She just had to trust someone else to build it. He kept walking. Tsunade heard the full report in her office at midday with Kakashi present and Shizune taking notes, and at the end of it she sat back in her chair and looked at the ceiling for a long time with the expression of someone integrating a significant volume of information. The Kuro operation is effectively over, Kakashi said. Without Mori's operational infrastructure and with the council assets removed, the external network has no directing authority and no local coordination. Residual cells will continue to run their standing orders, but without guidance they'll degrade within months. And Mori. In the medical wing. Cooperative. The debriefing will take weeks. 15 years of operational knowledge is not a short conversation. He paused. He's also, the Getsumei trace is active. Fully active, now. Naruto stabilized the locked transformation. Tsunade looked at Naruto. You broke a 15-year forced transformation. The alpha signal has the depth to address modifications to the natural bloodline architecture, he said. The archive explains the mechanism. Danzo's framework was built against the bloodline's natural completion direction. I just gave the bloodline its correct completion path. How many others have Danzo-modified bloodlines? Mori's file will tell us. He was the researcher. He knows every modification he made and every carrier he accessed. He held her gaze. It's fixable. All of it. It takes time and precision and it's not going to be simple, but it's fixable. She was quiet for a moment. You're going to be very busy. I know. This is going to take years. I know that too. She looked at him with the look she used for things she was proud of without wanting to be overt about it. The council session formally elevated the Uzumaki clan standing to primary status yesterday, in your absence. The vote was 11-1. She paused. Guess which one? Doesn't matter, he said. 11 is enough. She almost smiled. The Getsumei Heritage Restoration Project will need a formal designation, a mission structure, resources. I have the gathering as the core group. Sable has administrative experience. Sora's trade network as logistical infrastructure. Shiragene's research as the documentary foundation. He paused. And Mori's operational knowledge to trace the suppressed carriers. I want a report in 2 weeks. You'll have one. And Naruto. She said it with the specific weight she used when the next thing was not administrative. Go eat something. You've been up since midnight doing impossible things and you look fine, which is deeply irritating, but you should still eat. He grinned. There is literally nothing wrong with me. I know. It's irritating. Go anyway. Ichiraku was busy at midday, all the stools taken, the warm smell of the broth moving through the open front and into the street, Tucci at the grill with the focused satisfaction of someone who had perfected their craft. Naruto found 2 stools that opened up simultaneously and was in one before the previous occupants had finished leaving, and Hinata was in the other, which was either coordination or the specific attunement of someone who had been tracking his day from the village and knew approximately when he'd make it here. He suspected the latter. She looked at him. The Byakugan assessed him briefly, old habit, she did it automatically now, and found whatever it found, and her expression settled into the particular quality of someone whose concern has been answered. All of it, she said. All of it. He flagged I am down for the usual. Kenji in the medical wing. Mori cooperating. Devices inert. The council assets gone. He paused. And Shirogane has started talking to Mori without either of them drawing a weapon, which I genuinely didn't know would happen, but I'm calling it a win. She looked at the bowl I am set in front of him. Ryota's daughter. Next week. Kenji and I will go together. He picked up the chopsticks. His daughter might be connected to Ryota's. I think they're in the same village. He started eating, because he was actually, genuinely hungry despite the bloodline's tendency to make him feel fine regardless. Sable said the Council of Wolves should convene when there are enough of us who understand what we're doing with it. I think we're getting there. Hinata was quiet for a moment. He felt her heartbeat, steady, warm, the quality of someone fully present in the conversation rather than organizing their response to it. The alpha resonance has been affecting me, she said. He looked at her. Not the Getsumei trace, she said quickly. I don't have one, the Byakugan and the Getsumei framework aren't compatible at the bloodline level. But the ambient signal, she looked at her tea. I've been using the Byakugan more comfortably since your activation. The chakra site has expanded in ways that my training doesn't account for. The range has increased. The detail resolution. She paused. I think your signal is interacting with active bloodlines even when they're not Getsumei. Amplifying rather than activating. He held this for a moment. How far does the range extend now? This morning I could see the South Forest from the North Residential Complex. She held his gaze. Clear detail. Individual leaf movement. He thought about what Sasuke had said on the rooftop, about the range of the alpha resonance, about the implications of it. I should test that, he said. You should document everything, she said, with the precision of someone who had been thinking about the research architecture while he'd been dealing with the operational reality. What you can do, the mechanism, the range, the interactions with different bloodline types. Not for the village's benefit specifically, for the Getsumei carriers who need to understand what they're working with. She paused. And because in 100 years someone is going to need this information and you'll have lived through it and you should write it down. He looked at her for a moment. You've been thinking about this all day, he said. I've been thinking about this since Uzushio, she said. You find the archive and do the remarkable things. I think about documentation and long-term knowledge preservation. She met his gaze with the direct calm that was so entirely herself. We're a good combination. He held her gaze. The bloodline's full-spectrum senses gave him her heartbeat, warm and steady and slightly faster than baseline, and the quality of her breathing, and the specific brightness in her regular eyes that he'd been learning to read in the same vocabulary as everything else his new senses gave him. He read it clearly. He smiled. Yeah, he said. We are. The evening came in gently, the heat of the day releasing into a soft summer dusk, the sky going from blue to the particular orange that Konoha evening specialized in, the kind that turned everything amber and made the village look like it had been there forever and would be there forever, which it hadn't and it wouldn't but felt like both. Naruto was back on the Hokage monument by sunset. Not alone, this time. Sable was there when he arrived, which didn't surprise him, and Kana had come up independently and was sitting further along the stone with her legs over the edge, looking at the view with the expression of someone who was still adjusting to having access to views. Hiro and Meiko, the brothers, were lower on the monument face, talking in their dialect, the sound of it drifting up in the warm air. He sat at the top and let his senses run across the whole village one more time, the full inventory of it, every heartbeat and every breath and every small sound and every smell, the 1,000 ordinary lives going about the business of existing, and in among them the new frequencies he'd been learning to distinguish, the Getsumei traces at various depths of activation, distributed through the residential and administrative and training districts like lights coming on in a building at dusk. Shirogane came up as the last of the orange was bleeding out of the sky and sat a respectful distance away and said nothing, which was appropriate. After a while Naruto said, the suppression compound. You know the formula. Yes. Can it be reversed? A treatment, something that clears the residual compound from a dormant carrier system and lets the natural activation proceed. Shirogane was quiet for a moment. I've been working on a theoretical reversal agent for 4 years. I didn't have a test subject. He paused. With Mori's research notes and the archive's bloodline architecture data, yes. I think yes. How long? Months. Not years. Then that's the next project. He looked at the village. After Ryota's village. After the debriefing. After the Council of Wolves convenes. He felt the weight of all of it and found it reasonable, actually. The right kind of heavy. You're planning a long campaign, Sable said. I'm planning the necessary one. He looked at her. The Getsumei covenant was honored for 60 years before someone decided it was inconvenient. This time I want the foundation deep enough that inconvenience isn't sufficient reason to abandon it. She looked at him with the 63-year assessment, steady and complete. You're not the same person who walked into the archive test. No. But you're the same person who walked into it. She tilted her head. I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah. He did. The archive hadn't changed who he was. It had given him more of what was already there, more language for it, more depth, more room. He was still the kid who had hit a boulder at 4 a.m. because he'd been called adequate. He was still the person who couldn't let anyone stay isolated who didn't have to be. He was still loud and direct and had no patience for ceilings that other people tried to install over his head. He was just more of all of that now. The moon came up. Full, white, enormous over the eastern mountains, the same moon that had been there for the howl in the forest and the blood on the training ground and the underwater archive and the dawn fields and all the rest of it, the reliable celestial clock of the Getsumei heritage, the thing that had given the bloodline its name. Moon-blooded. Born of the moon's light and the deep earth and the specific will to be entirely what you were. He felt it in his chest, the double heartbeat, his and the bloodlines, perfectly synchronized, perfectly natural, as fundamental and unremarkable as breathing. Below him the village lit up one lamp at a time, the evening ritual of people bringing light into their homes, the village becoming a constellation at ground level, and the dogs in the Inazuka compound were calm tonight, and the birds in the trees near the monument were calm tonight, and everything that had been holding its breath since the first howl had cut through the sleeping village a week ago had finally, quietly, exhaled. He looked at the moon and the moon looked back, and the whole of it, the ancient blood and the shinobi training and the fox in the cage that was no longer a cage and the village that had been his whole world and was now just one part of a larger one, all of it was exactly what it was supposed to be. Not adequate. Everything. He sat on his father's stone face and watched the village breathe, and was completely, entirely, and absolutely home.